We're ready to convene. We are very pleased to be meeting here, and we warmly thank Judge Johnson for allowing us to use the space that is normally his courtroom. We're grateful to have this comfortable space to meet up here at the lake. We will begin with a Pledge of Allegiance led by County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We want to recognize some folks with us today. We have School Board Member Erin Miller. Nice to have you here with us. We have a Vacation Advisory Board member and former chair of that board, Mickey Hempler. We have Planning Commission members, Maureen Casey, Kirk Welder, and Jim McCallum. So good to have you here with us. I note that Commissioner Wes Rice is unable to be with us here today. He is accompanying his wife at a legal proceeding, and we will miss him today. We'll begin with public comment. We have various public comment restrictions and guidance in our agenda, and I won't go through all of that except to say that we have a 3-minute time limit. And the lights up here are guidance. When the yellow light goes off, there's 30 seconds left. When the red light goes off, you're done. And our opening public comment is limited to matters that are not on the agenda, or if you can't be here later, then you're welcome to speak on matters that are on the agenda. With that, I will open general public comment. Dr. Southard, come on up. I think there we go.
Okay. I made a couple of notes. But the first thing I'd like to say is that thank you to everybody for providing the governance for our county and our communities.
Would you mind holding the mic or sitting down, sir, just
Sure.
a little closer to the mic?
You bet.
Thank you.
And sir, may you state your name for the record, please?
You can restart my time that way. But thank you to everybody, County Manager Jennifer Davidson and Chairman Hales, also Commissioners Gardner and Tarkanian. Some of you I know, some I don't. But thank you. Thank you for what you do. The reason I'm here today is to comment on the devastating flooding that's been occurring in the Ruinstrath community where I personally live. And I wanted to give you a feel for that devastation, how bad it is. And Smelter Creek runs actually through my property. And the flooding that we recently incurred during the last 3 weeks or so is massive. I don't know how many of you have had the chance to look at it. I know that County Manager Jennifer has. But on my property alone, we had 4 to 6 inches of mud, a foot of water up against our house. And I have a little over an acre there. And the mud was over the entire acre. And literally, I walked it last night and there are trees against my fence. Some of my fence is broken down as well. The garage was sort of demolished with mud. It's been a long-standing problem that I know the county is aware of, and I'm hopeful that you commissioners have heard Jennifer Davidson give her excellent presentation. Have they heard that? Because it was outstanding, and it educated me about the chronology of this whole issue. And it had gone back even in the 1950s and 60s, and there have been multiple floods. Myself, I've lived here for about 15 years, and I've had multiple floods on my own property. Nothing as bad as Smelter Creek recently. And I know this has been recognized by the commission for many years, and it's been talked about. But we really need some urgent action. We need help. And I was able to attend both the Minden City Board meeting and also the Gardnerville, and I heard comments from the members of the board there, how it's got to be addressed. We talked about it, and I wanted to encourage you. We had an impromptu meeting of residents of Ruinstrath.
Dr. Southard, your time is up. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, I sure thank you for listening.
And we would invite your wife to take up where you left off.
Okay, I appreciate being invited.
And I want to recognize that we've received several emails from residents who have been impacted, and you are top of our minds, and we hear your message,
Thank you.
and we're working on it. Yeah, thank you.
You got it.
Mhm.
Hello, my name is Mindy Southard, and thank you for letting us speak today, Chair Charla and the rest of the board. What my husband was getting ready to address was talking about our creek, and we have a dilemma about who's responsible for cleaning out Smelter Creek. It's completely filled up with silt and debris, and we have a forest of trees against our fence that broke it down. And just to let you know, the force of the water, the debris that came down the mountain and onto our property, we have a 100-foot fence on the east side of our property. It's a stone fence reinforced with rebar, and it has nice wide panels opening for any water or mud to flow through. But it was not structured for huge trees and branches entwined with all the other desert landscape, entangling like a beaver dam onto our property. And the weight of that and the pressure of that broke it. In many places, several feet was just taken out. And I really do believe that our fence protected a lot of homes below us. So, you know, that was good for them. But this was like the 100-year flood. And we've been going back and reading some of the history of the awareness of this with the county and the can getting kicked down the road, if you will, and nobody really doing anything about it. But at the very least, we can't wait for a detention or a retention pond. We need immediate action to clean out the creek bed because winter is here, more rain is coming, and we're going to have more destruction on our properties. So the creek bed, it must be cleaned out immediately. And if you aren't going to take the responsibility, then we need to take on the responsibility as homeowners to clean it out ourselves, because we are not going to wait while the rest of our properties get destroyed. So that's the end of my comments. There's other people that want to speak, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Judge Glasson, welcome.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I can't say that. You welcome, everybody. Thanks. My name is Rich Glasson. I've lived here in Tahoe Township since 1978 on behalf of myself, my family, my friends, and my neighbors, I welcome the commission here today to this room. It's not my room anymore, it's Judge Johnson's room. But I wanted to give you a little bit of something about the history of why you're sitting there today. Back when Commissioner Wes Rice was my bailiff, we came up with the idea of, can we have a room where the neighborhood, where the commissioners, where other bodies can meet? And finally, somebody's taken us up on that offer. When we looked at the plans and the drawings, the estimate was over $400,000. And that was way out of my budget, and I didn't want to tax the county with something like that. So what we did was with court staff, with Sandy Moore and Edith Macias, we would phase it. And so we were able to bring this whole thing together for under $80,000. The furniture out here was built by the Nevada State Prison for us. Gardner Construction reconfigured the old bench, made it bigger, and used the fascia from the old jury box. And in case you're worried about safety, if you fall to the ground, there's a 1/4 inch of hardened steel in front of you. I wasn't the most popular guy, so we need to take precautions. This artwork here behind the chair was a community service project by a defendant who didn't have money to pay a fine, but he was an artist. And so we got this one for free. And the East Fork liked it so much that they commissioned one, and he was able to turn, what is it, a silk person to a sow's ear or something else, and made it work. So we have that in the back. Every judge gets to decorate the courtroom, and Judge Johnson's working on his, but the ones that remain, we have here over on stage left, Frederick Douglass, who I think our county's named after. Then you've got Sitting Bull, who is a hero of mine. This feller here with the collar, that's Humphrey Howell Levitt. He was a judge in Ohio back in the 19th century, and he had a big influence on my life because if he didn't exist, I wouldn't exist. And then here you have Sarah Winnemucca. You have missing, I think, Jerry Garcia or Johnny Cash, but we'll put something up there. So welcome. We're glad to have you here. We hope we have you up here a lot more often.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome, Judge Johnson.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to your own room.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Mike Johnson, Tahoe resident. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just wanted to, as a Tahoe citizen, want to let you know, I think we all, or speaking for myself anyway, appreciate you being here, both symbolic and I think for practical reasons, that you would come and have your meeting up here now and potentially in the future. And if there's anything I or court staff can do to make things more comfortable or go smoother, you know where to find us. We're right next door. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Jed Gaines. I'm a resident in Ruinstrath. I live on Buckskin Court, and we were part of the recent flood, actually a disaster, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. So we did have a disaster in Douglas County, and granted, it was confined to kind of a smaller portion of Douglas County, but all in all, it was a disaster. And I don't know that you guys recognize the scale of that, or maybe you're starting to because of the voices. I kind of want to ask all the commissioners, have you been to the area yet? Have you toured it and seen the destruction? You know, because it's pretty bad. It's the worst. I've only lived there about 15 years, but obviously this is the worst flood. Smelter Creek does run on my property, so I'm very familiar with it. I'm very familiar with how to, what we do to kind of keep it within the banks of the creek itself. But obviously this one, it breached farther up creek and caused a lot more damage. I've been studying the Smelter Creek Retention Basin Plan and the flood plan, which I do hope you guys, I do support, and I hope you guys will get that through one day, because I think that will be a huge benefit to the community of Ruinstrath. Based on that, documents that have been, the county's put out, that this flood was equivalent to probably the 500-year flood, based on where the water ran, from what I can tell on the parcels and where it went and the destruction. We're probably pretty close to that 500-year flood for this incident. I'm also asking, have we done any damage assessment in the area? Has the county done anything like that? Because I think you would be surprised at the amount of money. I bet you it's several $1,000,000 worth of damage between single-family residents that have been damaged or destroyed, people's garages, barns, shops, vehicles, their infrastructure such as well casings have been damaged because of the amount of debris that was pushed up against them, propane tanks for some of the residents, they're still on propane. So there is a lot of damage and destruction that went on out there. And I bet you it's up to several $1,000,000 if you were to go to each parcel that was impacted. You know, I look at this similar to like a wildland fire. If this was the same footprint as a vegetation fire, it would be pretty destructive in the same way with the amount of homes that have been lost. Also, we've been looking in kind of what Dr. Southern was talking about. My property butts up to his. The neighborhood did have a meeting last Sunday, and I'll make this quick, but the outcome is going to be if the county, we're asking for a short-term plan help. So we need some help to get this creek back in place, because if we don't get it, the residents are just going to start doing it themselves. And that may or may not turn out the best for everybody, but we need some short-term help. And I'm asking that you guys, you know, your strategic plan and your mission statement that recently got published, it's about integrity and customer service. And I ask the commissioners to live up to that and help us out in Runestroth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. I know that our staff is working on this, and we are planning tours to go see it, and some have already seen it, and you'll hear more from us. Yes. Welcome, Ellie.
Good morning, Ellie Weller. Thank you for being here. I look forward to hopefully coming back to these chambers or another location in Tahoe when major projects up in Tahoe come to fruition and require your attention. I'm here today to talk about a Tahoe project that just got approved, the glamping project. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar. It will not come to your board. It will not go to our planning commission. It will just go to design review. TRPA approved this project recently. There wasn't, in my opinion, a lot of public outreach, which isn't required of this kind of project. The glamping project is being approved under a designation in one of our plan area statements. That leads me into telling you again, and I've done it for years, the community plans as well in the valley and the plan area statements that still exist are stale. The community members do not get to weigh in, and my opinion is they're being exploited by projects. Not saying that private property owners do not have rights as well, but I'm very concerned this glamping project is above and beyond what should have been approved without any of you weighing in. I have been in contact with community development staff. I provided them a lot of information on structures that I don't even know have ever been approved in Douglas County. So I would really like to see in the future, and maybe I will be the one to make you aware that there's these projects in their approval cycles. So somebody from Douglas County is represented in these meetings besides our commissioner, Mr. Rice for the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there any other public comment on matters not on the agenda? With that, we will close public comment, and thank you for everyone who shared their thoughts. We'll move to approval of the agenda. Wait, is that? Yes, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
I move the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian that we approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Approval of possible minutes. Discussion to approve the draft minutes of the September 4th, 2025 and September 18th, 2025 regular meetings and the September 17th, 2025 special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the draft minutes of September 4th and September 18th regular meeting.
Again,
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian that we approve the minutes as described. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We'll recess as Board of County Commissioners and convene as Douglas County Liquor Board. Agenda item 7.1 for possible action, discussion to approve the packaged retail liquor license for Maverick Incorporated, DBA Maverick number 634, pending the issuance of a certificate of occupancy represented by District Manager Jody Britsky. Jody Britsky has signed the waiver of notice of hearing. Maverick Incorporated, DBA Maverick number 634 is located at 1301 North Highway 395, Gardnerville, Nevada. Captain Stork.
Good morning, Captain Stork, Douglas County Sheriff's Office. For the record, this applicant has completed all the required paperwork and background checks, and the Sheriff's Office is not opposed to this applicant.
Thank you. Is Ms. Britsky here? Oh, hi, welcome. Glad you're here. Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the packaged retail liquor license for Maverick Incorporated, DBA Maverick 634, pending the issuance of certificate of occupancy represented by District Manager Jody Britsky as presented.
As a frequent patron of the other store, I will second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Tolbert. All in favor?
Aye.
Was that the liquor part of the other store?
Carries unanimously.
No, gas.
We wish you well, Ms. Britsky, at your new location. Agenda item 7.2 for possible action. Discussion to approve the addition of William R. Vandenberg Jr. to the existing on-site unrestricted license, caterer's liquor license, and entertainment endorsement for Global Spectrum LP DBA Tahoe Event Center. William R. Vandenberg Jr. has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. The Tahoe Event Center is located at 75 US Highway 50, State Line, Nevada. Captain Stork.
Again, this applicant has completed all the required paperwork and background checks, and the Sheriff's Office is not opposed to this applicant.
Thank you. I do know that Chef Vandenberg is with us today. We welcome you. And we thank you for your service, some of which we have been involved in ourselves, and it's been delicious. So thank you. All right. Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Go ahead. No. Well, it should be noted, and members of the public have often asked us, you're approving another liquor store. You're approving another liquor store. Actually, we're not approving another liquor store. We're approving the applicants, right? So that's an important distinction.
Right.
So with that, I move for the approval of the addition of William R. Vandenberg Jr. to the existing on-site unrestricted license, caterer's liquor license, and entertainment endorsement for Global Spectrum LP DBA Tahoe Event Center as presented.
I'll second it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Captain Stork. We will adjourn as Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners and move to the consent calendar. Commissioner Tarkanian, would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as is.
I'll second that.
It's moved by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Gardner that we approve the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, presentations. Presentation 11.1, ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2025P-092, designating the week of October 5 through 11, 2025 as National 4-H Week in Douglas County, Nevada. We have Tara Sally, 4-H community-based instructor, here with us.
This one?
Is it the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
No worries.
Proclamation 2025P-092, National 4-H Week in Douglas County, October 5 through 11, 2025. Whereas Douglas County 4-H has a proud legacy and a bright future. And whereas the mission of 4-H is to help youth gain knowledge, life skills, and values that prepare them to be self-reliant, productive members of society. And whereas since 1902, 4-H has provided opportunities for youth and adults to work together in developing critical skills such as leadership, record keeping, public speaking, and civic engagement. And whereas Douglas County 4-H operates through the University of Nevada, Reno Extension, established under the Nevada Constitution to bring university research and programs into local communities. And whereas the program's history includes milestones such as the 1938 purchase of a permanent 4-H campsite at Lake Tahoe and the first Nevada Junior Livestock Show in 1939, both of which continue to benefit Nevada youth. And whereas Douglas County 4-H relies on dedicated adult volunteers who mentor youth ages 5 through 19 in a wide range of projects, from livestock and horsemanship to baking, sewing, hiking, shooting sports, and leadership, fulfilling the motto, make the best better. And whereas the 4-H name and emblem are federally protected and the pledge, head, heart, hands, and health, continues to guide the program's values. And whereas October marks the start of each year's 4-H enrollment, highlighted by the annual 4-H Information Night open to all youth and prospective volunteers. And whereas nationwide, 4-H's 500,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals mentor youth to become leaders, innovators, and engaged citizens. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that the week of October 5 through 11, 2025 is National 4-H Week in Douglas County, Nevada, and we encourage all residents to recognize the lasting contributions of 4-H members, 4-H volunteers in empowering youth with the skills to lead for a lifetime.
Thank you, Beverly. Thank you very much. Would you like to?
Should we call you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you guys for having me. I'm going to pick this up. We have over 200 youth in Douglas County currently enrolled in 4-H programs, livestock, shooting sports. And then we also couldn't do this without our volunteers and our leaders, which we have 22 adult volunteers, hoping to get more, but you know, it's a great program. The youth benefit from it greatly in this community, and we really appreciate the public support and the commissioner's support and the county support for this program. So anyways, thank you for having us, and looking forward to another successful 4-H year. So thank you.
Come on up. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Okay, agenda. Sorry. Should have had it open for you. My bad.
We are, I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room who so much enjoys our hockey games and having an actual professional team here in Douglas County, and we are excited about the next proclamation. Ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2025P-093, commending the Tahoe Night Monsters. Woo-hoo! Yay!
Welcome.
We are delighted to have Tahoe Tessie with us today. Yes. And thank you for being here too.
Thanks for having us.
Yes. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josh Casa. I'm Director of Sales for the Tahoe Night Monsters. We are so excited to be here. Opening night is tomorrow night. Can't believe it's already here. We wouldn't be here without the support of the community, without the support of Carol from Visit Lake Tahoe, Oakview Management Group, Chef Bill. We work closely together, but we just couldn't be more excited and are really honored by this recognition. Thank you.
Okay, that's awesome. Now, okay, sure. We'll finish reading all the details. Thank you. All right, whew, fun. Whereas DLC Hockey, led by David Hodges and Team Tebow in partnership with Sawyer Sports, brought the Tahoe Night Monsters to Douglas County, launching their inaugural East Coast Hockey League, ECHL season in October 24. And whereas the Tahoe Night Monsters became the first ever tenant sports team based in Douglas County, ushering in a new era of professional sports and family entertainment for the community. And whereas during their inaugural season, the team hosted 36 regular season home games and 4 playoff games, drawing 121,592 fans to the Tahoe Blue Event Center and advancing to the division finals. And whereas the team's success and fan enthusiasm enhanced Douglas County's growing reputation as a premier year-round destination, generating $7.78 million in visitor spending and attracting 55,830 attendees across local, day, and overnight visitor categories. And whereas through ticket sales, the Night Monsters contributed $468,368 to LakeLink, supporting vital community transportation and mobility services while also generating $846,000 in net revenue for the Tahoe Blue Event Center. And whereas the organization exemplified community engagement by partnering with more than 50 local nonprofits and schools, raising tens of thousands of dollars and awareness for causes such as the Boys and Girls Club of South Lake Tahoe, Liberty Dogs, Forever Dance, Sky Alliance Soccer, Girl Scouts, Sled Hockey, Military to the Mountains, St. Baldrick's Foundation, and the Tahoe Waterman Foundation. And whereas the organization created memorable fan experiences through programs such as High Five Tunnels, Bench Buddies, and post-game photos, reinforcing its mission of family fun and community connection. And whereas, as an ECHL affiliate of the Vegas Golden Knights, the Tahoe Night Monsters have brought national visibility, inspired local youth, and fostered a shared passion for hockey and sportsmanship in Douglas County. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners hereby recognizes and commends the Tahoe Night Monsters, DLC Hockey, Team Tebow, David Hodges, and Sawyer Sports for their outstanding inaugural season and their lasting contributions to the economic vitality, community spirit, and entertainment landscape of Douglas County. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Would you mind if we get a photo? Sure, do you mind? Maybe here, and I'll stand over here. Tessie's kind of tall. I just want to come down.
You want to do that?
Do you want to, why don't you come down?
That'll work. Yeah.
Whatever. Doctor yesterday.
Squeezing in, sorry.
Steps in, so I'll do that.
Absolutely.
There, I'll balance the height.
Hey, thank you
I feel very
much.
privileged. Thank you so much.
Well, for me,
Are we going to drop the puck?
thank you. We can make it happen.
Good luck, Tessie.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, I don't know if Tessie knows, but she made a mistake in April of 1992. On April 1st, the Tahoe Bonanza got a picture of Tessie. So I invite you to go back and check the April 1st, 1992 Tahoe Bonanza front page, and there's a picture of Tessie. That is not a joke.
Well, you said April.
It is.
Punchline, okay?
It is not a joke that there's a picture of Tahoe Tessie on the April 1st edition of the Bonanza.
All right, that was fun. Thank you.
You're from Big Hots, right?
All right. Presentation, agenda item 11.3 for presentation only. Presentation of the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority LTVA fiscal year 2024-25 annual report, highlighting key achievements, marketing initiatives, tourism impacts, and community partnerships. We have with us Carol Chaplin, President and CEO of Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. And we will let her introduce her companion.
I don't have my costume on this morning, but thank you. Thank you for being here, commissioners, today. It's great to have you up at the lake and really appreciate you coming up and seeing us. I know it's kind of a longer haul. We did part the clouds for you. Just wanted you to know that there is no snow today so that you had an easy drive. So Carol Chaplin, again, for the record, from the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. I'm accompanied today by Uri Soika, and he also goes by George, but his given name is Uri, and we like to call him that. So Uri, that'll help you remember. He is our Director of Tourism Development at the Visitors Authority. He's been with us for many years now, and previous to that, he was with Travel Nevada, and then before that, Aramark. So he has a long history in tourism here. And we are both, just so you know, we are both Douglas County residents for a long time. So we're proud of that. Thank you. So at this point, in your packet, you do have our full report. What we'd like to do today is just kind of condense that into a fun little presentation. We're all about inspiration and the destination and the beauty of it and some of the highlights. So we're going to start with that, and then we will kind of reinforce that between the two of us. No, we're not going to do that. Just a bit. Yeah. It's just music. There's no voiceover. Oh, it was on mute. There we go. Okay. Well, we can hear the music. You just look at the pretty pictures. Thank you for the IT support this morning. So that's a, oops. There we go. That's a recap of our last year. And I appreciate your attention to that. We'll go over, between myself and I will go over a couple of those highlights again for you. I do want to say, first of all, thank you, County Manager Davidson, for your close relationship with not only your staff, but also with your finance staff. We're in conversations all the time about what's going on out there. And we're watching very closely as we go into kind of another funny year. I guess they're all funny. Wondering what we're going to do, but what we need to watch for. External pressures are pretty interesting right now, and so our goal is to continue supporting the county and the businesses here. So just a step back, the LTVA is a bi-state organization marketing and promoting the South Shore of Lake Tahoe. Douglas County contribution in FY25 was $661,000. 0.5% transient occupancy tax collected in the Tahoe Township. Additional funding sources are the South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District on the California side of our destination. And those contributions are about $2.9 million, and Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority at about $2.88 million. LTVA's marketing campaigns drive year-round visitation to lodging, dining, gaming, retail, and recreation businesses in Douglas County. And that contribution to our budget is leveraged by those other two organizations that I've mentioned.
Could I ask a question real quick? Just so before you go too far down the line. Douglas County contributes 661. Does South Lake Tahoe contribute besides their tourism district? Because I see that the tourism and the TDVA are about equal. Is there a reciprocal revenue source from South Lake Tahoe?
From the city?
Yes.
No, there is not. 2009 was the last year that there was a contribution by the city. And that was taken over by the Tourism Improvement District, which has a flat fee assessment on lodging overnight stays.
And I don't mean to nitpick, but it just, so then we're paying a little bit over $500,000 more into the budget of LTVA. Is that accurate?
I don't know that I could say that that was completely accurate. I mean, over the city, yes. Over California lodging, no.
What do you mean by California lodging? Is that
The South Lake
Improvement
Tahoe
District?
Tourism Improvement District are the lodging properties that self-assess.
But is that the South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District?
That is, yeah.
Okay, well, they're paying 2.9. TDVA is paying 2.8. TDVA is a Douglas County agency, sort of like, I would assume like South Lake Tahoe Tourism District, right? Improvement District. So you add the 661 to the 2.878, and it's about 500,000 more than the 2.9 that comes from South Lake Tahoe.
I guess you could say that's correct. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Our brand campaign, as you saw in the video, is called Awe and Then Some, with integrated rules to lake by stewardship messaging. Our net media spend in this last year was $3 million. Paid search was about $350,000. We had 2.1 million paid media sessions and 579,000 partner referrals, which means when somebody goes onto our website and is inspired by some of the information that they get, and they click on a lodging property, a restaurant, an activity, that is considered a referral. So over 500,000 of those this last year. Our top source markets are Los Angeles, San Jose, Sacramento, San Francisco, and Las Vegas. And our website received 4.5 million sessions, about 14% year-over-year increase, and 304,000 lodging referrals, for about 18% year-over-year increase. And our social media, Instagram, 85,000 followers, about 8% up from last year. Facebook at 161 followers, about 3%. And I will take it from here with some fun stuff about special events.
So to touch on special events and community engagements, LTVA invests in and promotes events that fill hotel rooms and sustain off-peak visitation. To mention major events like American Century Golf Championship, which is nationally televised event, generated 17 billion media impressions and provided 205 million publicity value, which is pretty significant. And of course, it also produced 115,000 in local nonprofit donations. Another event is Sample of the Sierra, which is a Farm to Fork Food and Wine Festival. Toyota Air and Après, which is winter showcase event with fireworks and entertainment. Operation Sierra Storm, National Meteorology Conference and Media Exposure event, and Valhalla Art and Music and Theater Festival, which is a summer cultural series. To touch on the meeting and conventions and sports, LTVA promotes South Shore as a meeting and sports destination centered on Tahoe Blue Event Center. LTVA staff attended 30 MICE and sports trade shows with conducting 525 one-on-one appointments that helped source 20 meetings in the destination, generating 3,400 room nights and 1,600 attendees. Also, a Meet and Then Some campaign expanded to reach more partners, and our meeting planner database grew by 17% year over year. To touch on the visitor and partner services, LTVA operates Explore Tahoe Visitor Center, and it served 36,600 visitors last year, which is a 15% year over year increase. We also manage Partner Portal, where we have 111 active business contacts, which is 41% increase.
Sorry, is it better to ask the questions when they're going through this, or do you want to wait to the end?
Whichever is easier for you.
Well, I just was interested, you said there was a 15% increase in room occupancy, I assume you said, or maybe room rate, either way.
It is visitors at a visitor center.
Do you have it's split up between the off-peak time, which is what we've been trying to increase from the time we've been on the board, to the peak time? Do you understand my question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking about exactly.
So we've been.
If I.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were certainly looking, the whole purpose of not the whole purpose, but one of the purposes of the event center was to fill our shoulder seasons. Okay. And I think that's what Commissioner Tarkanian is referring to, is are we seeing an increase in our shoulder seasons, or is it in our busy seasons anyways? That's right.
I don't have, when you're talking about the meeting, the source 20 meetings that we generated, I don't have actually breakdown when they actually took place. But from my personal knowledge, I know that the big events and big meetings in the Tahoe Blue Event Center took place in the fall and spring.
It would be nice, like when you come back next year or whatever, that you can give us some kind of an analysis of what you call the shoulder meetings or the off-peak.
Graph of what the.
Are you talking about maybe room nights?
Yeah.
Are you talking a clarification for the event center generation of room nights or total generation of room nights?
I think what the commissioners I think what we'd like to see is have room nights increased over the past few years, especially in the shoulder seasons.
Yeah, not just room nights, but don't you have a revenue, like how much revenue's been generated, which would include sales tax, I guess, from the different events that are going on? Because it isn't just the room nights that are bringing that revenue from the event center, would also be sales tax, I would think. We just want to see how, if it's working, the event center.
Yeah. I understand that. The sales tax is not a metric that we have easy access to. We're judged by lodging revenue. We can work with Douglas County Finance Department to understand that. Some of the figures that you're probably looking for are not even available to us because they're not available to you. They go through the state. So it's a little bit harder to understand that. When we're talking about lodging, overnight lodging, we won't be able to judge it by day or week because we only get monthly figures, but we can certainly provide the monthly figures, but we don't get the breakdown by if a conference is coming in Monday through Thursday, we don't necessarily have that information, but we would have it by the month.
So, Ms. Carroll, I am a member, one of my assignments is the Carson Valley Visitors Authority. On a monthly basis, we get a report from that Visitors Authority telling us what our TOT taxes are on a monthly basis.
Correct.
Obviously, it's about 30 days behind, because, so.
Actually 45, but.
Okay, but
We're not starting.
so we get that provided to us by the Visitors Authority, the board, on a monthly basis. Could we get something of that nature from you folks as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right?
I was looking at the meetings and convention portion of the report.
So as long as we're there, if you don't mind me asking a couple of questions. So I know that Vegas is reporting a downturn. So it was very encouraging to see your slides where you showed increases. Okay. And of course, we're hearing also that gaming revenue is down. So people aren't necessarily participating in the gaming. They're doing more online, obviously, than they are doing in the casinos. So obviously, the event center is going to add significantly to our room counts. So it was very pleasing to see that you're showing increases. And we're not experiencing, as I indicated earlier, just a few seconds ago, as a member of the Carson Valley Visitors Authority board, we're not seeing any downturns on the valley floor either, which is very encouraging, right? I mean, it's not great increases. It's sort of flat from previous years, but at least it's not showing a decrease, which is critical to the operations of both that organization, and I'm sure it's critical to the operations of your organization as well, right?
Correct. We actually held our own, just like you were saying, Mr. Gardner, for the summertime. What we do know is that average daily rate is up. Occupancy is kind of flat. I think actually September is just a tiny bit down, maybe 3% down. We're watching it pretty closely. Las Vegas has a significant amount of international traffic to the destination. We are fortunate in that way, I guess, if you want to say that we're at about 11 to 13% international, I think. And Las Vegas, of course, is much bigger in that area, which is some of what the impact is that they're seeing. So, I think we're gonna hold our own, but we are watching it. Also, Reno Tahoe Airport has, I believe September might have been down a little bit, but their number of seats are up from the early 2000s. So we're watching that as well for the fly-in traffic. And that would be an overnight stay that is longer than, a drive visitor.
Something I've also asked, I think I asked it the last time you visited us, is the demographics of the attendees at our event center, and trying to determine, getting an understanding of the zip codes that they're coming from. Are they primarily local residents? Are they, how far out of the area are they coming to visit our event center? So
Those are the regional is our largest segment. For hockey, Reno is our primary market. The Valley is our secondary market. But most of a significant portion of our visitation to the event center, at least for entertainment, is more regional. Conferences are national to state, both California and Nevada. And then we've had some national conferences. So when you get into the meetings and conferences, those tend to be a little bit farther out. But I can certainly drill down that for you.
So I know that you don't have these figures, so maybe we've got to try to get this from the county staff, but like Las Vegas is different than Lake Tahoe. I don't want to compare them to it, but they have lower occupancy now, but their gaming revenue is higher, which leads to higher taxes. And for Douglas County, if the gaming revenue is higher, as it does with sales taxes. So when you're looking at the impact of the event center, it should also, we should also be looking at what the sales tax and the property taxes are, I'm sorry, gaming revenues during that shoulder period. And if you don't have that information, it'd be good if we got that, because that's all part of the calculation determining if the event center is paying for itself or even doing more than that.
Commissioner Tarkanian, my understanding is that the gaming revenue cannot be broken out for its state. I don't believe that Douglas County can get Douglas County gaming revenue broken out.
No, they report what the Tahoe gaming revenue is. I've seen the reports on that. I don't know.
I wasn't
who
aware of
has
them.
it,
Thank
but-
you.
And again, if it's not available, it's not available, but we're looking at rooms occupancy and it doesn't really, it's a portion of it, yes, and in fact, the amount of money you get for the funding comes from that. But if you're talking about the amount of money Douglas County is putting in by having the transfer of the, I'm going to blank on the name of it now, paying for the event center, it would also have to include, are we increasing the gaming revenue and sales tax revenue during the shoulder period when things are normally slow? And if we're not, then we're basically, I would guess, just getting people that are coming in to watch the event and not spending money. And that's not as necessarily good either.
So we will try to provide as much information as we can. This presentation actually was very specifically requested to address the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority and the marketing efforts of that organization. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, we had planned to talk to staff about coming back after the audit is done, and that audit is still underway for FY25. So we can be very specific about impacts to from the event center at that time.
I was just going to say the same thing that
It's very confusing,
yeah.
I know, and
Yeah. But so this is LTVA, not necessarily the event center. So
TDVA.
or TDVA. So I know it's.
But and yes, you're right.
Yes.
And the TDVA is what's paying for the event center, but
Yeah.
the LTVA is promoting the event center with
Sure.
$3.6 million. So that's why I
Well,
brought those
on-
questions up.
Correction on that, the $3+ million is not going specifically for the event center. The event center is an asset, just like our hotels, our activities, our ski resorts. So it's not going to be specifically, but we are definitely promoting the event center.
Absolutely, I understand that completely. It's the promotion of all of the tourism in Lake Tahoe, in this area, South Lake Tahoe and Douglas County's portion. We're just trying to see if the event center is increasing this tourism that you guys are helping to promote. I mean, some of the things you're talking about is the number of events that came into the event center that you guys have helped, I assume, promote or get put into the play in there.
Correct.
So I thought this all applied to it. Look, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to figure out in the long term, how it's all penciling in. But if you don't have the numbers now, we'll get them later and we'll go from there.
Thank you. I realize we totally interrupted your
Oh, no,
presentation.
it's fine. It's totally fine. No, I was a little confused because I already moved to visitor services and you were asking about meetings and events. So I apologize for not understanding your questions from the beginning.
Oh, no, you're doing great. You carry on, Mr.
I get
Stoica.
blamed for interrupting too much, so I think I was just.
So, all right, so go back to Visitor Center. Explore Tahoe Visitor Center served 36,600 visitors last year, which was 15% increase year over year. We have a partner portal and we have 111 active business contacts, which is also increasing 41% from last year with the 1,384 logins. We also distribute a monthly South Shore bulletin to 590 partners with a 57% open rate. And we also have a trip planning app with 88,500 users and 8,200 downloads. Top pages include Heavenly Gondola and Thunderbird Lodge. To touch on the domestic and international outreach, we do partner with our state DMO Travel Nevada to do outreach domestically and internationally. But we also do partner with Visit California and Brand USA as well. We do have a representation in 5 international markets, including UK and Ireland, Australia, Germany, India, and China. We do partner with online travel agencies or OTAs Last year, we generated more than 20,000 room nights by partnering with OTAs like Expedia, Hopper, and HotelBeds. And we also hosted 10 fam tours for travel, trade, and media. Right?
Okay, thank you. So by way of community partnerships and stewardship, we contribute $50,000 annually to Lake Link. And we appreciate again the contribution to Lake Link by Douglas County recently. That's great. We're going to continue to expand that. And it's wonderful to see the increased geography that we've achieved through Douglas County's contribution. We invest in the Regional Air Service Corporation, which is a public-private partnership leveraging about $800,000 in air service marketing. We participate in the Destination Stewardship Council, Lake-wide Stewardship Council, to align tourism with community values. And we've hosted the Awe and Then Some Forum with over 100 plus regional stakeholders and national tourism leaders. Public relations, you saw a little bit of that in the video, but we're very proud of our results there. We had 300 plus media stories this last year, 1.1 billion impressions, 8 million in publicity value. And we've had coverage in Forbes, USA Today, Afar, Outside, Newsweek, Today.com, and more. And in addition to that, we also hosted 8 influencers generating 59 content pieces with about a reach of 3 million potential visitors. So that concludes our presentation. We have some homework for you and we appreciate the questions. Those are good ones. And if there are any other questions, we'll entertain them now. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question is something that comes up quite a bit, especially around the 4th of July, is, and since you're specifically trying to bring people in, what have you done any research looking into what is the capacity of the lake when we're bringing in this many people and we're trying to promote sustainability, trying to find that balance of, you know, yes, we need the help in the tourism, but we also need to limit and protect what we have. So can you elaborate a little bit on that and what LTVA's stance is in that department?
Yeah, that's a dance, isn't it, Commissioner Dell? So July 4th is an interesting holiday for us. And it actually depends on the day of the week that it falls on as well, whether it's a 3-day weekend or right in the middle of the week. We have a lot of partners that really believe in having fireworks for that particular holiday. It's considered an American thing to do and patriotic thing to do. We've looked at other kinds of drones. We've looked at drones instead of fireworks. I don't know actually how many people are in the basin on July 4th specifically. I know that on the beaches of South Lake Tahoe, we're probably reaching over 100,000 on the beaches to watch the fireworks. We've worked with the Destination Stewardship Council and what's called the Peak Demand Committee to try to mitigate some of the impacts of visitors on specifically July 4th. That includes about 22 organizations around the lake, both public and private. U.S. Forest Service is obviously a big partner in that area. What we're trying to do now is to educate our guests through the Rules to Lake By campaign, is to educate our guests year round, but we did hit it hard during July 4th to talk about what responsible tourism is, what responsible visitation is. We hope it reaches some of our residents as well, because we're all models for those visitors. And if we don't model that behavior, then we can't expect our visitors to do that either. It's an ongoing project. It's a great question. It's kind of a fuzzy answer, I know. But July 4th is a time when we have a lot of families that are out having vacations. We have a huge drive market that wants to come up to the lake. We know that when temperatures reach 100 degrees and more, our traffic over highway or over Echo Summit coming into the basin doubles. And so there's things that we can try to control. There's things that we can try to find answers for, but I don't know how we limit visitation during one of the major holidays of the year. But if it's helpful at all, we're talking about it, and we're including a lot of different organizations to try to solve that problem. Mitigate is probably, we're not going to solve it, but we can at least try to mitigate it. And we did find that this year that the impacts to our beaches were much less than in previous years. We didn't hit the news, so that's a good thing.
So.
Thanks for the
Ed,
question. That's a really good question.
Ed,
You're on our committee.
Yeah, I had one more, if you don't mind, one more question and then also an observation. And thank you so much for being here today. This is great information. Is it your eye?
Your eye.
Your eye.
Yeah.
Okay, not my eye, not my eye, your eye. Okay, so thank you for coming. I know that we can gather some of this data from cell phone usage and spending. And I know we get a report once again on the Valley floor on a monthly basis of visitor average spend by day. Is there any method of you capturing that data? You do have that data.
Yes, we have a multiple research platforms that we are utilizing, including Visa Online, which is actual spending, utilizing Visa debit card and credit cards. We're also utilizing a platform called Datafy that provides geolocation
That's the
data.
program I was looking for is Datafy, yes.
So we have them both, and we're utilizing them in our reporting, monthly reporting, and our strategy, of course. LTVA does make data-driven decisions on daily basis.
Can you possibly get us a kind of a capture what it might have been last year versus this year and see if we can?
Of course, and
Yeah,
actually
okay.
we publish those reports monthly on our B2B site called ltva.org, but we are more than happy to share with all of you.
Thank you. Now, the other observation I had is we're going into the 250th year celebration of the United States of America
Correct.
and the founding. And guess when July the 4th falls in 2026?
It's on a Friday, I believe.
It's on a Saturday.
It's Saturday.
No, I'm looking at the calendar right here, Saturday. So we need to anticipate that now, I guess, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you for that observation. We are also talking to our state agencies about that to see what we can do. And as Commissioner Tolbert said, that's kind of a sticky wicket with a big celebration like that, and trying to figure out what we can do and what will be acknowledge that special anniversary. So we'll be working on that. So both of you are on that committee with me now.
You can't go to 3.
No, I know. I get it. That's why I picked 2 for that. It'll be fun to participate in that, at least with yeah.
I just have one point I wanted to ask about. I know that some time ago, TRPA changed the restriction from event numbers to a more attendee.
Gentle.
Yes, a more gentle restriction. And I wondered if you would want to comment about what that has meant.
Yeah, thank you for that. We were restricted to 130 events per year, and we were restricted to from having any events during the summertime, June 15th to December or September after Labor Day, to less than 2,500 for any event at the event center. We obviously it's not that hard and we're also restricted from going head to head with Caesars Republic outdoor arena, which makes sense. They seat 8,000 people. Having a big name entertainer in the middle of July and trying to get both of those venues filled is probably a big lift for us. Our economic impact studies wouldn't have supported a venue of that size of 13,000 or so. So we're fine with that, and we work very closely with the Caesars team on what they have booked and what we might be able to book. But with that said, we also wanted to have some flexibility if something did come along and they were not having a big show. So we are now able to do 4 events in the summertime, 5,000 people. And we are restricted to 250,000 attendees annually as opposed to events. So that allows us to kind of flex a little bit. In addition to that, we've changed the transportation requirements a little bit. So we are working with TRPA to provide our new permit requirement provides for free transportation over 1,500 people for any event. But we're also working with them to explore whether or not we can partner with the Tahoe Transportation District in Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night year-round transportation that would benefit not only our event attendees, but also our residents and workers in the core area so that they can use that transportation past midnight. Those are the real core ones. Thank you for asking that question. It's a big one. And we worked, the TRPA staff was really helpful with that. So we appreciated their work on that permit as well, and the board.
Well, I appreciate the progress that's being made. Thank you for coming here to present and for your efforts.
Thank you.
All right. We'll
Thank
see
you very
next
much.
time. Thank you. And if you happen to see Tahoe Tessie, make sure and give a big thank you for showing up today.
You know, it's a.
All right. It is 11:20. We will take item 12 next, and if we have time, we will also take item 15.1 before we break for lunch. Agenda item 12 for possible action, discussion regarding the adoption of resolution 2025R-091, increasing the South Tahoe Refuse Company's trash disposal rates by the interim year rate adjustment of 5% for the 2026 calendar year as allowed under the terms of the franchise agreement. This resolution will also increase the trash rates by the previously approved rate adjustment for implementation of the 3-cart collection service program. The total cumulative rate increase for the 2026 calendar year is 9.69%. Douglas County receives a 3% franchise fee on the revenue collected from Douglas County citizens in the Tahoe Township who voluntarily choose to be served by South Tahoe Refuse. Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works.
Commissioners, Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works, for the record. The agenda item you have before you today is the adoption of the rate resolution for South Tahoe Refuse for this coming calendar year of 2026. Just a little background on this. The South Tahoe Refuse, under the terms of the franchise agreement, made an application to the South Lake Tahoe Waste Management or South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, which is the Joint Powers Authority. Commissioner Rice, who's not here today, sits on that board for you. That application went in July of this year. At that first meeting of the application, the Joint Powers Authority approved a contract with Crow LLP to do the calculations and analysis for the rate study. And then they brought that back to the board in October, to the JPA board in October. Just a little, for your information, just so we're clear on this, the Joint Powers Authority board, which is a 3-person board, 3-member board, is unique to most other boards, and that is that the a quorum for that board is all 3 individuals. It's not a 2 out of 3, or there is no quorum unless all 3 agencies are there, because each agency, while there's a Joint Powers Authority, it basically means that each agency has to be represented and their voice has to be heard. So any one agency of that board can actually vote down. Not only is a quorum 3 people, a vote has to be unanimous. Any agency can object to any item on those agendas or disapprove of the adoption of anything. So I mention that only because the recommendation to bring these resolutions to each of the individual agencies was unanimous by that board, as it has to be. This is an interim year rate adjustment. The way the franchise the rate setting works for the franchise, it's on a 3-year cycle. There's a base year adjustment, which goes through a much more in-depth analysis of the financials of the of South Tahoe Refuse and their operating expenses and revenues. In the interim years, and there are 2 interim years, we are now in the 2nd interim year. What is really analyzed at this point is changes in the CPI, as well as the other big factor in this is the what they call the tipping fees for the landfills where our trash is hauled off to, and that is the disposal facilities are Lockwood up in the Reno Sparks area, and then also Carson City. It is so when Crow does their analysis, they look at those applicable factors, weigh those into the calculations, and then come back with the adjustments. The CPI, that the factor which is really the dominant factor in this analysis, it represents almost 94% of the rate adjustment this time around. The CPI that is approved for use in this analysis was 5.97%, which then translated into a 5% increase across the board for the rates, and that's how that rate was established. As I said, the JPA board met on October 3rd, reviewed this information, reviewed the presentation from Crow, and made the recommendation that each of the independent agencies or jurisdictions take it back to their boards, in our case here, to your board, for adoption of that rate resolution. And that's what you have before you today. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Looks like no questions.
Great explanation.
Yes. Seeing no questions, I will open this agenda item for public. Oh, you have a question? Commissioner Tolbert, go ahead.
So I don't know if you have the answers to this, but the South Tahoe refuse fees are higher than a lot of the neighboring jurisdictions' fees and stuff. So looking at a comparison, is there a specific reason for that? And then now we're going to add more, so it's going to make a little bit bigger disparity. So I'm just curious if what the justification is for the rates being a little bit higher than the neighbors.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. When you reference the jurisdictions or neighboring jurisdictions, do you have an example, or where are you referencing?
So it looks like, Carson City their basic recycling is about $18 a month, whereas they're at 27 now, right? Am I correct in that assumption? And then up in Reno, it looks like it's somewhere around 25 to for the larger sizes which is 52, so almost double. So I'm just concerned why the rates are so much higher here from what I can find in the regional comparisons, unless I have bad information, which is possible.
We do have representatives from South Tahoe Refuse here, and I could open it to, if you'd like to have them speak to this. Otherwise, what I would be referencing is in both the cases, in Carson City in particular, Carson City operates their own landfill. I mean, they've contracted with Waste Management, but they control the contract for their landfill there. We don't have that luxury in Douglas County. And so they've artificially set the rates for their residents based on that they control their landfill. We are subject to tipping fees as to what they charge the outside entities to bring waste into their landfill sites. The Lockwood site is more cost effective, and it's traditionally where majority of the waste collected goes. There is some waste that does go to Carson, but it's really more of an overflow site for us because of the cost disparity there. I think the other element involved in this from an operational standpoint is the mountain community. You're dealing with trash collection during heavy snow periods. It's a much more difficult area to collect and operate the equipment year round. So I think just that operating cost is more expensive in a mountain community than would be in the valleys. And then separate from that is trash collection. Carson City trash collection in the Reno Sparks area is mandatory. So you start a route, you're collecting from 100% of the residents along that route. Within Douglas County, it is voluntary. So they're obligated to pick up from whoever wants to subscribe, but that does not necessarily mean that their route is very efficient.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question very well. Thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Yes, come on up. Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Thank you for having me here. Erin Miller, a resident of Tahoe Township. In regards to some of the comments that were made during the presentation, one interesting aspect was that it's voluntarily choose to be serviced by South Tahoe Refuse. I've lived up here 10 years. I've never had another option for refuse. So I'd like to know how that's a voluntary option. One thing also that I want to talk on was the equipment operations. So I noticed during the summer, we'll have the big trash bins that will come and pick up all of our trash. And in the winter, we have the smaller receptacles that come and empty our trash bins. So even though we are in a mountain community, South Tahoe Refuse changes to make sure that they can navigate our roads after they've been plowed. But one interesting aspect also is that we were forced to have new bins. We had one for regular trash, we had one for yard waste, and we had one for recycling. So that was a very interesting thing when most of us up here have bare boxes. So now we have to put our trash, instead of bare boxes, we are now putting our trash in these recycle bins and different bins that the bears then can get into, because these are not secured bins. So I don't know how much money South Tahoe Refuse put in to circulate all three of these bins to all of their customers that are now required to use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ricker, would you mind? Well, first, is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Would you mind addressing the voluntary aspect of this?
Yes, Phil Richard, Director of Public Works, for the record. So when we say that trash collection is voluntary in Douglas County, that was by a vote of the people circa 1995, I think, 4 or 5. Most communities, trash collection, sanitary trash collection is mandatory in the sense of not that you have an option as to who collects it. That's not the definition of mandatory. It is that if you reside in your home or your address, it's part of your it's basically a built-in utility bill that's going to be paid. The trash collection comes to your property, it collects your trash, it hauls it off. You don't have the option to self-haul essentially. In Douglas County, back in the 90s, they voted to not make trash collection mandatory and people could self-haul. We have the transfer station down in Douglas County, which is where people who do not request Douglas Disposal to come out and pick up a trash can from their property, they can collect their trash themselves and then self-haul it to the transfer station. But you still have to be able to get rid of the trash from your property somehow, but it's not that you have the option to contract. There still is a franchise, just like there's a franchise for gas and electricity. You don't get to go and pick a new provider. You know, cable's a little different because there are multiple providers, even though they claim they have some franchises, but this is how these franchises work.
So I will say that voluntary is a little bit of a euphemism, because unless you're willing to deal with your trash yourself, that is your only choice. And me personally, that's not a choice, because I would not deal with my trash myself. So your point is well taken, in other words. Yes, Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah. So I know it's voluntary on the valley floor. Is it voluntary here in the Tahoe Township as well? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, well, there is no distinction when the vote went to the public as to whether that ordinance was for the East Fork Township or the Tahoe Township. It was Douglas County. So when the vote was approved, when it went to the vote of the people and the people approved it, it transcends whether you're in the mountain or whether you're in the valley. So yeah, it's applied universally across all of Douglas County. It is not voluntary for, the only place it's not, where there's no option to self-haul, is for commercial properties. So commercial businesses and things trash collection is required. And in the VHR ordinance, just to clarify as well, VHRs get treated like a business and our trash collection is mandatory there.
Yes, and that leads into my next question in regards to bear boxes. So we have a tremendous issue up here. The local residents understand not to put trash into receptacles that are accessible to the bears, but our visitors are not, and that's why we impose that aspect on VHRs. But so how does a resident go about? Do they physically have to put their trash in a bear box and then move it from the bear box to another receptacle for the disposal company to pick it up? Or does the disposal company pick up the bear box? And I see heads shaking yes, residents here, so they're answering the question for me. So thank you. You don't need to.
Okay, because otherwise I was going to say I can have a representative.
No, I see residents up here shaking their heads yes. So I will take it on their word that that's the case. Okay, so thank you.
I believe we're ready for a motion. Commissioner Gardner.
Okay. I just wanted to pull up the recommended motion here. So I move the adoption of Resolution 2025R-091, increasing the South Tahoe Refuge Company's rates by a cumulative 9.69% for the 26 calendar year as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Ricker, and thank you. I believe we can do the next, can we do 15.1? Yes, we can do 15.1 before lunch. Agenda item 15.1 for possible action, discussion on Douglas County's selection of a nominee to fill the vacancy of the unexpired term in Nevada Assembly District 39, based upon Nevada Assembly Minority Leader Hafen's submission of Mr. Blaine Osborne as a qualified nominee pursuant to NRS 218A.260 and 218A.262. The selected nominee and the nominee selected by Lyon County will be considered for appointment during a joint board meeting of the Douglas County Commissioners and Lyon County Commissioners pursuant to Nevada law. We have Cynthia Gregory here from the Deputy District Attorney who has advised us on this matter, and I'm glad you are here and look to you to give us some framework.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As you probably all know, I do work with Amy Bergens, the Clerk Treasurer, and she's asked me to present this item on her behalf today. This item is a little bit unique, at least to Douglas County. And as you stated, what has occurred is Ken Gray, who was Assembly District 39's representative, did resign in August of this year to accept a position in the president's administration, and therefore a vacancy has occurred. The governor did call for a special session, and once that happened, it kind of triggered these provisions where the minority leader, who is a Republican, provides the names of a nominee or nominees to the two counties that compose District 39, which is Lyon County as well as Douglas County. Minority Leader Hafen has nominated Mr. Blaine Osborne. He is here in the audience. Additionally, I would just like to advise you that Lyon County this morning did select Mr. Osborne as their nominee. Depending on what happens here today, either way, this item will move forward to November 6th, where I know the county manager and the county manager from Lyon County are coordinating a joint meeting. And then at that time, the nomination will actually either be selected for the appointment or it will have to go back to the minority leader requesting additional names. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I had one.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Looked at me funny, huh? That's what I was going to ask you. Is it by statute that the minority leader of the party designates the, I was wondering why the minority leader is telling the Douglas County who they should be the representative.
It is by statute. So depending on, it depends, right? So Republican or Democrat, he was a Republican. So that either the majority or minority leader from that party would do it. If it was, for example, an independent, then this board would have had an application process as well as Lyon County. But since it was a Republican and there is a minority leader, per statute, the nomination comes from the minority leader.
I just thought it was an interesting statute that someone from Nye County would tell us who we should have representing us.
Like I said, it's a very unique situation, and the statutes are really interesting. I agree.
Other questions? Okay.
So I'll weigh in.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, let's not weigh in yet. Let's just ask questions. And I want to invite Mr. Osborne to take a few minutes to, and then we'll also seek some public comment and then we'll weigh in. So welcome, Mr. Osborne. We appreciate you joining our meeting.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you all for being here and for making this consideration today. I'll keep my comments very brief out of respect for your time and probably want for lunch. It's just an incredible honor for me to even be considered for this role today. I want to thank Assemblyman Gray for his service and for his guidance throughout this process. He and I were able to work closely together during his legislative sessions. I've worked in the legislature every legislative regular session and special session since 2009. With the upcoming special session, I think it's just critically important that we have somebody who's ready to go from day one and ready to represent Assembly District 39. I know the process, the people, and the issues, and I look forward to representing this district if approved, from Topaz to Tahoe to Silver Springs. With that, I would happily stand for any questions.
I see no questions for you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
We will turn to public comment then. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? I see no public comment, so I will close public comment and come back to the board for deliberation or comments on this agenda item. Commissioner Tolbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I've not held back on this issue, that I have not made it a point in my serving so far on this board of looking up the hill. I've been very much focused on what goes on inside of Douglas County. And it's very clear to me that this decision is going to be huge for Douglas County, potentially in this upcoming special session. So I have done a lot of outreach. I've done a lot of gathering of information to make sure that this is appropriate and the best part moving forward. And the very first thing that was an issue for me was that was only one name brought forth. So I've been asking around, finding out what's going on. Why is it? It seems like it says a list, but it doesn't require a list of more than one. So that, exactly what I thought. Why is there only one person being brought forth by somebody who's not even in our area? But to I guess your credit, Mr. Osborne, it seemed like there was a majority of people in that room that all simply agreed that your name was a potentially good one, and they didn't have another name that would do well. I've also considered who else might be out there, what us nominating somebody now might potentially affect the upcoming election. And I see, for me personally, this is a double-edged sword for you should you get appointed, because now you're going to have something on record based on how you do both ways. So it could work either way. So I see that as a zero, in my opinion, that it's not necessarily a recommendation, because when it comes to election time, when the candidates come out, that will be a totally separate idea. So not necessarily an endorsement moving forward, but somebody who I would expect to be able to hit the ground running, that you can become effective. Me as a freshman here at this board, I know that when I first started, I very much sat back and absorbed before I feel like I stepped forward to actually making contributions. And in a special session, I don't think we can afford that. We need somebody that's able to jump in and run. And which brings me to the next question of why we didn't have maybe a previous assemblyman put in that or brought forth in that position. But the fact that you're in there today and know the players today, that's a potential asset for Douglas County. So I've worked a lot of diligence on this part for my part, and research. But I guess should you get the approval from this board, I would like to remind you that you will be representing Douglas County and parts of Lyon, and that we have issues that potentially could come up in this session that are very important to us, including the China Springs Youth Facility, including funding for Partnership Douglas County, the opioids, a lot of those things that are being held up, that are maybe not critical, but vital to us moving forward. And we would expect you to stand strong in the defense of those programs. And remember that, we're now here for the people. And I think that's all I have to say on that point.
I had one comment. I'm not sure if you were saying that the fact he gets appointed is a two sides on the sword because of a reelection. Being an incumbent is always better. Okay, so forget the voting record. It's going to be a big advantage. And that's the only negative we're talking about here. Somebody's declared to run for office, and I'm sure that person doesn't think this is fair. But it seems like, according to the statute and what we're allowed here, we have one name to consider.
Commissioner Gardner.
Anyways, I have a disclosure that I need to make, and I'm sure that Blaine is aware of this, okay? When I was first in the county, I served as the chairman of the Carson Valley Friends of the NRA. And Mr. Osborne was the treasurer of that organization. So I had several years that I worked with him in that capacity. So I need to make that disclosure. That won't have any impact on my vote today. So I don't believe that takes me out of the mix here. I don't believe, Ms. Gregory.
So currently you're not serving on that board.
No.
And obviously, are you still currently on the board?
I am.
Okay, but there's no conflict since both of you aren't on the board at the same time. And with regards to the disclosure, I believe that was appropriate. And it sounds like you believe a reasonable person would not think that your judgment is materially impacted. So there's no basis for abstention.
Thank you, Ms. Gregory. I want to take an opportunity then to say, I appreciate the time that you served both as an assembly aide and as a Senate aide. I don't know if people understand that process, but and for 16 years, pretty much. But an individual to serve in that capacity has to take a leave of absence from their employment for those 120 days that the body is in session. So I want to compliment you and thank you for that service for that 16 years. So the rest of my comments, I don't want you to take personal, please, okay? Because anyways, I have to admit, personally, I'm disappointed in the timing and in the review of these NRS statutes. Ms. Gregory, you alluded to the fact that these statutes, and quite frankly, this is a conversation I also had with Mr. Osborne a couple days ago, they're as clear as mud. They're as clear as mud. And well, I've tried to discern that process through our governmental affairs manager, Jennifer Berthium, through the NACO organization. You can ask 5 lawyers in a room what that all means, and you'll probably get 10 opinions, right? So it could mean this, or it could mean that, it could mean this, could mean that. I'm very disappointed in the timing because we knew about this vacancy since August, okay? When Mr. Gray called me and talked with me about this and asked permission to actually submit my name to Mr. Hafen, Leader Hafen, Minority Leader Hafen of the Assembly. And I felt at that time and continue to feel that my best role for Douglas County is in the role that I serve on this board. And so anyways, I asked him to go looking for others, okay? So anyways, once again, we've known about this process or this opportunity or this need since August. And I understand the governor did not want to necessarily call a special, and he wouldn't have asked for this appointment, I understand also, if there wasn't going to be a special session and would allow the election process to play out as it normally does in March with a filing. So, and now we're under the gun. We're under the gun because he has called a special session and we're time sensitive. And if we don't do this, one house will go into a super minority and that's not good for government. It's not good for government, in my opinion, regardless of the party. It's not good for government to have one party in a supermajority. So I think it's important. And as we go forward, going into this, maybe not this special session, but going into the session that will be called in normal circumstances in 2027, is that either through NACO or the person who should be successful in the upcoming election for Assembly, I want to work with that individual to clean up the language in this particular bill. I think it's important because although it involves two counties here, we need to clean that up so that it's a very clear understanding for a layperson to pick that up and understand exactly what the process is. So anyways, thank you for your stepping forward and putting yourself out there to be part of this process. So thank you.
I will just say briefly that I followed your campaign when you ran 2 years ago, I guess. And so I'm familiar with your position on the issues. I'm familiar with your qualifications. And we've spoken a number of times. And I am very comfortable supporting you and voting for you. I am very pleased we have someone who is ready to go. And with that, I will look to the commissioners for a motion. We did have public comment.
Okay. I will move. I have the recommended motion in front of me. So anyways, okay. Madam Chair, at this time, I move that the Board of Commissioners confirm Blaine Osborne as Douglas County's nominee to fill the vacancy of the unexpired term in the Nevada Assembly District 39 based on Nevada Assembly Minority Leader Hapen's submission pursuant to NRS 218A.260.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We will,
Thank you all.
yes, we will hear this item again jointly probably in a virtual meeting, a virtual joint meeting, probably with Lyon County in 3 weeks from today. With that, we will adjourn for lunch and we will reconvene right at 2 p.m. We will hear the stormwater agenda item, and after that, we will hear the VHR agenda item.
Do we have to take 2 hours?
Oh, Mr. Ainsworth, he asked me, he says, what time do we get a?
We'll be starting in 1 minute. All right, we are ready to reconvene this meeting. And
We should be out here by 6.
we appreciate your patience as we had a little bit longer lunch break. We were able to go to the community center and see the lunch that was served to the seniors, and that was a really great experience. We're pleased that that is happening. We will take up with agenda item 13 for possible action, discussion regarding Douglas County Stormwater Program, including existing stormwater infrastructure, the stormwater program's current annual funding, current and future stormwater program priorities, and future funding options for the construction and maintenance of stormwater infrastructure and the acquisition and management of critical lands. We have with us Courtney Walker, our stormwater program manager, and also we have Jennifer Davidson. The two of them have been holding stormwater roadshows and really reaching out widespread throughout the county so that we can get the most people informed about stormwater as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that introduction. Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. We appreciate this opportunity to again speak to you about this very important matter for our community. Stormwater impacts everyone in Douglas County, and it's not just in the valley. It is absolutely an issue for Lake Tahoe. And so this is an opportunity for us. The County Commission has had the benefit of sitting through this a couple of times now. I thank you. We are going to talk about this for as long as it takes to get something done. But you sat through the full context of this presentation, 2 hours. Today, we're going to zoom in on Lake Tahoe and how this impacts our lake residents and why they should care, why this matters to them. But our thoughts are not lost on the reality of the recent events in the valley, and we do acknowledge those residents who are here in the audience today that were impacted by the flooding in Runstrath. Anyone who has lived in Douglas County for any amount of time knows that Douglas County is either on fire or underwater every other year. Some part of our county is dealing with a disaster. But at the lake, certainly stormwater has a huge impact on the environment, Lake Clarity. And so today our opportunity is to really speak to those issues. The opening video that is playing on a loop today is of a February 2017 flooding event, which was a rain on snow event in the valley. And this is related to the lake because any conversation about stormwater, of course, is a conversation about our assets and our infrastructure and the capital projects that we want to put in place. But for Douglas County to truly have a functional stormwater program, we really are looking at opportunities to partner with our ag community on open space conservation easements. And up at the lake, open space conservation also plays an important role for stormwater, and we'll cover that a little bit in our presentation today. So as I mentioned, we're going to zoom in. Here's the agenda. I won't bore you with that because we got lots of stuff to talk about. We do have 3 watersheds total that impact Douglas County, and today we're zooming in on the Truckee River watershed. And with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Courtney Walker.
Thanks, Jennifer. Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager for the record. I see that I have lots of friendly faces in here today. I used to work in Lake Tahoe for doing a lot of different things. I'm grateful to be with Douglas County now where I get to work in the valley and the lake. But I'm very familiar with the issues that are going on up here. And so several of you I've worked with for a long time now. So I'm going to zoom in and give a little bit of background on why this is important and why we're required to do it. And I see Jason Kuchnicki in the audience. That's Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. We have the interlocal agreement with them to implement the total maximum daily load, and I'll go through what that looks like. So a quick overview of the water quality program here at the lake. It is called the TMDL is the acronym, just in case you don't have enough of those in your life. There's 3 different pollutants that we're looking to reduce the amount flowing into the lake. Fine sediment particles are the main culprit for the decline in clarity, but we're also looking at nitrogen and phosphorus. And Douglas County has a load reduction estimate that we're working with. Every jurisdiction around the lake has to participate in this program, and it's all 7, and we work together very well. So it's Douglas County, Washoe County, NDOT, Caltrans, Placer County, El Dorado County, City of South Lake Tahoe. Did I get them all? Yeah, cool. So we know that Lake Tahoe is known for its clarity. Keep Tahoe Blue is a thing. It brings a lot of visitors to the area. It's good for the local economy. And so it's really a true testament of how we tie the environment to the economy here at the lake. There's a bunch of different designations for Tahoe too, outstanding national water resource. So it's recognized nationwide. And so it's a big deal that we continue our efforts up here. For those of you that may not know, they have been measuring the depth that you can see the clarity down. They basically have a white dinner plate that they lower into the lake. And when they would do that, back in the 60s, you could see a lot farther down than you can today. And so we've been working pretty steadily for the last couple of decades trying to address the issue. And I'll get into the details of how you're able to limit the load that's going into the lake each day. So for our TMDL requirements, it is a regulatory requirement, and there's certain milestones that we have to reach every year, and particularly every 5 years. There's 3 different ways that you can achieve those credits. And one way is through water quality improvement projects. I'll go through kind of what those are, but those are kind of your large scale projects, detention basins, wet basins, all kinds of different assets that we have up here. These projects can be pretty expensive. I know I've been talking a lot about flood projects in the valley. The water quality improvement projects up here at the lake are on the same scale as those flood control projects. They're just meeting a different objective. Parcel best management practices is the second way to achieve this. Every private parcel in the Tahoe Basin has to do their best management practices. Another acronym for you is BMPs. And there's a number of ways to do that on private properties. It's basically stabilizing soil using rock or vegetation and infiltrating the 20-year 1-hour storm on site. So every homeowner has to do it in the basin. All the commercial properties, all the single or multifamily residences has to do it. And so the county can take advantage of registering certain areas to claim credit for those private actions that are done on private property. That the parcel BMPs are regulated by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And Shay and I have worked together for a long time on that initiative. The third way that we can achieve credits is through road operations. And that's basically sanding, when the roads get sanded or salted prior to a storm event for public safety reasons, how quickly are you able to get back out there to pick them up? If you leave them on the roads and people just tend to drive over them over and over and over again, it grinds them up, turns them into fines, and then it goes into the lake. And so we're trying to balance the public safety aspect with the water quality aspect and being really thoughtful about where you put your road abrasives down. Maybe in steeper areas, you might put down more, in flatter areas, you might put down less. The road operations is a little bit of a challenge for Douglas County. We don't maintain a lot of roads here at the lake. There are several general improvement districts that are in charge of road maintenance at the lake. And so it requires us to partner with them so that we can help show that their actions are meeting the requirements that we need. Here's a couple examples of some of our projects. We have a Cave Rock water quality improvement project that's good for 7 credits. This is within the Cave Rock General Improvement District. It's a very steep neighborhood, and so they couldn't do their individual lot BMPs. So they were able to get together and do this basin where it achieves their parcel BMP goals through a water quality improvement project. There's a couple of basins at the end of Kale Drive. If you've driven down there recently, there's 2 wet basins. And what's interesting about one of them is it's hard to separate out whose water goes into what. And so the water, it's taking water from NDOT, it's taking water from the Kale Community Center, it's taking water from the Oliver Park neighborhood, all these different uses. And so sometimes we have to partner with other agencies and split the credits or split the construction costs of the basins. We have a Burke Creek Water Quality Improvement Project. It was a stream restoration where we disconnected the stream from the stormwater. So that resulted in some credits. And then there's the other basin, the wet basin at the end of Kale. There's one on either side of the road. The State Line Stormwater Association, all of the casinos, they have a shared stormwater treatment system. They've been maintaining their system very well for a while now. And we're claiming credits for the casino area as well. You can imagine that's probably kind of a lot. It's a lot of impervious surface. And so the buildings are very big and the parking lots are also very big. And in order to keep things like this going and keep these certifications current, it requires a partnership between Douglas County and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to make sure that these parcel BMPs are relevant and maintained and updated periodically in order to claim the credits for that. The picture over here on the right, is it the right? Yeah, the right, is just armoring a drip line in Lake Village. And so that's another registration area that we have. There's several multifamily and single family homes in that neighborhood. We do have the Kingsbury General Improvement District road operations registration, and this one goes well until it doesn't. It really depends on who the players are that are running the different general improvement districts and if they're willing to work with you to perform these actions. The county doesn't have any regulatory authority over a general improvement district to have them do things. We're in a pretty good spot with this GID now. So we're able to do that. Sometimes we can't get to doing all the assessments that we must do on our roads if we have a really extraordinary winter. You can't do the assessments when the road is wet. So if there's a lot of snow, it could be challenging to do that each year. And then we have another project in Lake Ridge. I know I'm going kind of into the weeds, but the reason all of these projects matter is there's certain credit targets that we have to meet each year. And so my point of this slide is, number one, we're achieving what we're supposed to achieve right now. But if you look at each year, the commitment is increasing. And so we're going to have to build more infrastructure and show that we're maintaining more infrastructure. And that's going to continue to increase as time goes on. So we'll have to continue doing what we do now, but we'll also have to do more into the future. So we have a lot of drainage infrastructure up here too that's conveying the water to these water quality improvement projects. We have all of those inventoried just like we do throughout the rest of the county in terms of all the culverts and drop inlets and basins and all of that. And we also have their maintenance score and are they functioning or not. And so we know, we can say with certainty what the shape our infrastructure is in. A little bit about the critical land inventory. We do have some conservation easements up here at the lake. Believe it or not, we have some agricultural conservation easements, 0.72 acres. But we have about 933 acres protected in one way or another from development, and that's not including Forest Service land. And then 108 of those acres are in the floodplain. There is floodplain up here at the lake. The lake itself is actually in the floodplain, of course. I do want to address a little bit of the flooding stuff that we are dealing with because it does impact things up here. We did see some issues in 2023 with a sewer lift station that was close to the lake. We have a lot of documents or documented history on a lot of the flooding events. Most of them are in the Carson Valley. That's where most of the people lived in and around the river. And so there's a lot of documentation on river floods. As we move closer into the last couple of decades, we see some other alluvial fan flash flooding in the valley areas, and we saw some of that recently. So I don't know why it's not on my timeline because it's been on other ones. But we just had one recently in September of 2025. The events in blue are our river floods. The ones in tan are alluvial fan flooding events. The things that are in red are times when the county has tried to establish a funding source to deal with stormwater management for water quality and flooding, but hasn't been able to get that over the finish line. We have been, I noted on here, the TMDL program launched around 2014, I'm going to say, is when we started implementing things. And then in 2018, we created a maintenance division, which is helpful because our maintenance staff is able to maintain these assets at the lake, which is a requirement. And then we also have adopted a stormwater master plan about 1.5 years ago. This is an overview of some open space and critical lands. I'm not going to go into too many details on this, but we have been able to achieve it without funding it from our own pockets. That probably won't be the case going forward. But we have been able to preserve quite a bit of land and even some up here at Lake Tahoe. Just going to go through a few program accomplishments. In 2018, the county commissioners at the time did designate $1 million a year to fund the stormwater maintenance division. And since then, we've been doing a lot of area drainage master planning. We've purchased equipment to perform the maintenance on a lot of this drainage infrastructure. We've constructed some basins in the Johnson Lane area. We've acquired some parcels in Fish Springs, and we have adopted the Stormwater Master Plan, which has several capital improvement projects included in it. The plan itself was adopted in March of 2024 by this board. It has maintenance protocols, all of our stakeholders that we coordinate, our regulatory obligations. It's got our capital improvement projects prioritized in there. Those are very much so a fluid list as priorities change, but it will be updated to include some additional critical land information in the future. So real quick about our drainage infrastructure, we have different categories that when we're collecting the state of, culverts or other assets that are under our maintenance purview. If it's in serious condition, we need our Vector truck and our excavator because it's nearly clogged. We don't have hardly any of those, just so you know. We used to. There's fair condition, which means we can just do it with one piece of equipment, our Vector truck. Satisfactory means you could probably do it with a shovel. There's tumbleweeds or something that you can do by hand. And then good is no maintenance is needed and the asset is functioning clean and properly. So when we first stood up the maintenance division, we started collecting all these assets into a GIS program. And at the time that the assets were collected, less than 50% were considered to be in good functioning condition. And as of a month ago, over 95% are in good condition. So our maintenance efforts have been working, and we want to make sure that we continue to do that. And I'll talk about why that's at risk, or I'll have Jennifer talk about it when we go into the funding piece. A few more maintenance accomplishments. The guys have been working. There's a staff of 4 field guys. They've removed enough sediment throughout the county from all of these assets to fill the community center down in the valley 2/3 full. So that's a lot of dirt removed. They've placed a lot of rock for erosion control as well. It could cover 3 football fields. So they've done a ton of work. We've made a lot of progress, and I know we want to keep going with that. We do have storm drains that are in the ground that are aging and with no plan for replacement, which can be problematic. We just had one recently on Waterloo in the valley, and we didn't know until some flooding was occurring, and then we figured out that our storm drain was broken. We don't have any funds to fix it, so we have to dip into some emergency funds to do that. And it would be good to be proactive and know where our problems are and be able to address them before they're failing. This is just an example of when it was failing. It was flooding the food closet parking lot, which luckily on Thursdays, on the day that it was flooding, they're not open to the public, but that building gets a lot of traffic. traffic. So it's not good to have water backed up there. Here is a list of all of our capital projects, and we do have a couple up here at the lake. We work with the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to implement these projects. It's tough because we don't have a funding source to do it. So we partner, we get grants, we try to figure out how we can match water quality mitigation funds and some staff time for maintenance of some of these assets. But we recently just finished the Marla Bay Zephyr Heights Water Quality Project. That one was a partnership with NDOT. NDOT has construction funds, but they don't have the ability to maintain basins like this. We don't have construction funds as of now, but we have the ability to maintain these basins. So we have to get really creative in terms of meeting our requirements here at the lake. And we're just wrapping up the lower Kingsbury grade area-wide stormwater treatment project. Shay Navarro took the lead on that one. That one's going to be a great project, but it's a good public-private partnership. And all of these will result in credits for our TMDL program.
Before you move away from that.
Oh, I thought you were like, get out of there.
No. No. I just wanted to, before we stepped away from reference to projects at the lake, there are projects that the county is looking to accomplish at the lake, but I will tell you, every development project at the lake is an opportunity to address issues with drainage, stormwater, environmental quality issues. And the county partners well with agencies like TRPA to look at, as these projects are coming forward, whether or not mitigation funding can be identified for stormwater and environmental impacts. We want to do more of this work and identify county matching funds to leverage our funding more effectively, private-public partnerships, so to speak. And certainly as part of the Stormwater Master Plan, I don't know if you ended up removing the slide. I'm taking a step backwards for a moment. We have other areas of the county that we need to study, other areas, drainage plan areas that we want to study. And there are areas in particular at the lake that I think that would make sense for us to look at and to really understand the more of these studies that we can do. And if you haven't seen the modeling out of these studies for the projects, I think we have 7 or 8 that have been completed so far. I'd encourage you to go online to the county's website. These models are incredibly accurate. And they allow us to really drill down to what capital improvement projects are going to be most effective for each of these unique areas. And so as we're identifying these projects up at the lake, that opens up opportunities for us to have additional conversations with TRPA and other lake agencies here to, again, put county funding to maximum effect. Certainly every road project that the county does, there's issues with drainage that we need to address that then enhances stormwater, et cetera. And I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge the work that's underway currently with the Kale Complete Streets project. When we have a leader in the audience who is spearheading that, we thank her for her efforts. Thank you, Megan. The county did come up with a portion of that funding, but really there are more opportunities for us to partner together in the future, and so much good can be done at the lake. So anyway, there you go. Thanks.
We do have a lands bill that's been in Congress for a long time that would transfer federal lands to Douglas County for recreation, for water quality, for flood control, et cetera. And we're continuing to meet with our elected representatives from Congress and the Senate or the House and the Senate to try to get these things going through. It's been in the works for like close to 2 decades. So we're hoping that maybe we can bring that over the finish line as well. And there are a few parcels definitely identified up here in the Tahoe Basin. Now we'll move to the F word.
It's funding. Yes, funding. F word is in my favorite word. Thanks, Courtney. So here's the thing about this issue for Douglas County. $1 million that we're currently allocating for stormwater is not nearly enough. And it's certainly not fiscally sustainable for us to achieve all of our objectives. We are not setting aside, right now we're funding ongoing maintenance operations, day-to-day operations. And Courtney did highlight the wonderful work of our stormwater crew, and I commend them for their efforts. But there is so much more work to be done on multiple fronts. Right now, we are currently not setting aside sufficient funding for the eventual repair and replacement of all of the assets that we have identified. Courtney just talked about the ones at the lake. We have a couple thousand more in the valley, and we are currently not setting aside funding for that. In addition, we have specialized equipment that we use to do this work out in the field, and we are not setting aside funding to eventually replace that equipment. And then finally, Courtney mentioned we have a list here of projects that we have identified for priorities. That was just a snapshot of the top ranked projects currently. Overall, in the Stormwater Master Plan, we have identified over $140 million worth of projects that we hope to accomplish countywide. And we are currently not setting aside any funding to even begin to chip away at that list. So how might we accomplish that, and how much money do we need? Let's talk about that. Well, first of all, we've looked at grants. So let's talk about federal funding for just a moment. I think anyone who's been paying attention to what's been going on in Washington, government's in a cycle of reinvention at the moment. And reinvention can bring about positive things, but for local government, that means a little bit of an uncertainty in terms of what we can rely on for funding in the future. Our grant applications have been highly competitive, and we have been successful in obtaining some grant funding to do some of the work. But relying on grant funding as a sole source of revenue to achieve our capital improvement projects is just not realistic. And what we're hearing from Washington at the moment is that there is a desire by the federal government to empower local government to do more. And we don't know if that empowerment comes with funding, and it might not. And so local government needs to do a better job of addressing this on our own. We can't rely on others. These are examples of some active grant applications that we currently have with a matching amount that we have not identified a funding source for. So we have over 12 million in grant applications out currently with about a $2 million match that we have not identified funding for if we were awarded these grants. We talked about capital projects. Okay, so let's chat about the stormwater fund as it exists today. As Courtney mentioned, we transfer out about $1 million annually to the Stormwater Fund. When this was first created back in 2019, the operating costs were not up to the $1 million mark because the program had not fully ramped up. We needed to purchase the equipment, hire the team members. And so it took about 3 years to fully stand up the program, and we were able to build up a reserve during that time period. But since then, we are now deficit spending to cover the ongoing operating costs of this program. And that's what I mean when I say it's not fiscally sustainable. Eventually, probably 2 years from now, we will have depleted that reserve entirely, which means realistically that we are going to look at, when you look at inclining costs projected over 5 years, by the end of year 5, we'll be at 1.5 million in operating costs for this program, the way it is configured today. And what that means, without additional funding, we're going to have to cut services. And I'm sorry, but that's a step backwards. Creating the stormwater program took great courage and leadership by the previous county commission. We need this leadership to continue and to move forward. So what does that look like? How much funding do we need? So this is staff's projection of a fully operated, fully loaded budget for a fully functional, I'm going to say fully 5 times in this presentation, stormwater program. That includes funding for the operating budget, additionally setting aside funds annually for the replacement of machinery and equipment, setting aside funding for major repair and replacement of the infrastructure we have in place today, and then identifying debt service payment. So we believe with this money, we can finance about 14 million worth of capital improvements, maybe more, depending on the mechanism we fund this program with. One of the recommendations is to create a stormwater utility. If we were to create a stormwater utility, one of the benefits of doing that is we would qualify for state revolving loan funds, which is very low interest rate financing for capital projects. So we estimate that we could probably finance for about $14 million worth of improvements and pay that back over 10 years, which would allow us to accomplish the first top 3 ranked projects on our stormwater master plan. And then also finally, the last component of this budget is $1 million annual allocation for us to look at open space conservation easements acquisitions. We have identified, as we mentioned, critical land both in the valley and at the lake that's in the floodplain that serves our best interest to ensure that it's not going to be developed in the future, that it will be maintained and the water will be allowed to continue to flow where it flows naturally. And so there are opportunities for us we do not currently have a funding source for this purpose. So as part of this program, we could start that process, which is a pretty exciting endeavor and accomplishes yet another strategic objective in our strategic plan. Oh, I guess I should tell you what the grand total of that. So we estimate that the operational needs, the fully loaded budget for this program should be between $4 and $5 million annually. And we're funding it at the $1 million level today. So how do we get there? If we need between 4 and 5 million, how do we fund that? Well, the county has done a lot of research into this particular topic. The most recent research was completed as part of our stormwater master plan. But previously, when Courtney was talking about the timeline of all the other periods when the county has looked at this issue, discussed it, identified it was a critical need for the county, it was studied then, and the recommendations haven't changed. The Stormwater Task Force, the county boards at the time concluded each time we've discussed this matter that a stormwater utility is the best way to go. And so it should come as no surprise that after I go through these options, my recommendation today is the creation of a stormwater utility. And we will be bringing this back for board direction and discussion at future board meetings. But let me tell you how I got there. We'll start with the actual utility. So right now, nationwide, there's about 2,100 utilities in place in 42 states. The national monthly average for payment is about $6 a month, with the highest stormwater utility payment at $45 a month. Our closest neighbor who has set up a stormwater utility is Carson City. And here's a peek at Carson City's rates just for context. Our program rates are going to be designed to the unique circumstances of our community. And there's a lot of calculations to go into that. Rate making is a science. But to just give you an idea, Carson City set theirs up based on square footage of homes, with the smallest homes paying about $8 a month and the largest homes paying about $16 a month for the residential rate, compared to the national average of $6 a month. Based on the numbers that that's the next slide. So based on the preliminary numbers that we've looked at for Douglas County, we think $6 a month on average gets us to where we're going, gets us to the $4.1 million goal that we're looking to achieve for a fully funded program. $6 a month, that's a cup of coffee. And I would hope that residents can understand the importance of this program and truly why this is needed. What other options did we consider? Well, we looked at sales tax. Quarter-cent sales tax increase can be adopted through either a vote of the people or a supermajority vote of the county commission. A number of jurisdictions, municipalities across the state do have higher sales taxes in place, and they specifically passed quarter-cent sales tax for the purpose of either roads, infrastructure, or stormwater. That funding is specifically set aside, can't be used for that purpose, so we could do the same here in Douglas County. This is a look at the sales tax rates across the state. Clark County, Carson City, Washoe all have similar taxes in place dedicated for these particular purposes. Why wouldn't we consider sales tax in Douglas County? We might, here's the list of everyone and all the different sales tax options that they've passed. We might consider it here. Maybe it's a combination of a utility, but a sales tax, excuse me. But I'll tell you right now, the sales tax doesn't get us to where we're going. A 1/4-cent sales tax increase in Douglas County would generate about $2.9 million, which isn't sufficient to fund this program. And when we've done the research as to what other jurisdictions across the nation have done, in terms of did they look at a sales tax, did they look at a utility, et cetera, most of the organizations that passed a sales tax to fund stormwater then subsequently at some point in time realized that the sales tax was not, the rate of increase on sales tax was not keeping up with cost increases for the program. And so they ended up going back to their residents and saying, we need a utility. They ended up double dipping. And we don't want to do that. We want to get it right the first time. We want to design a rate that covers our costs and not have to both charge a tax and charge a fee. We don't think that makes sense. So as I mentioned, the 2.9 is not going to cover it. So we are not recommending a 1/4-cent sales tax as staff. But we'll see what the county commission ends up saying about this issue. And then finally, we also looked at creating individual stormwater districts. And I'm going to let Courtney explain why that's not really going to work. Do you mind?
No, I don't. My example is for the Carson Valley because it's pretty straightforward. All of the different watersheds that flow, particularly from the Pine Nut Mountains, they all end up intercepting irrigation ditches that have been there for over 100 years and directing all of the runoff to the north, which was really interesting to see in real time in 2023 when all of those drainages were flowing at flood stage at the same time. And so it's hard to draw the boundary that's defendable. A lot of people say, I want to just pay for the project that's in my area, but it's nearly impossible to create that actual boundary because the effects are wider spread than one particular neighborhood.
I think that's also relevant to the lake as you've looked at individual GIDs that have been created all over the county. If we create districts similar to what has been done with GIDs, there are some GIDs that are doing very well because they have larger populations, they have higher property values within the GID, and some that are struggling financially. They're not fiscally sustainable. So in order to cobble together sufficient funding in some of these smaller community areas, we do not believe that if we broke it up into districts, that there would be sufficient funding generated in some of the smaller areas with valuations at the lower end, whereas other areas would probably be doing very well, if that makes sense. So, okay. There's pros and cons to all of the options that we brought, that we will be bringing to the county commission. But truly, staff's recommendation will be the utility fee. And so we do appreciate the opportunity to present on this matter, and we hope we have convinced those in the audience today that stormwater is absolutely a critical issue that impacts everyone, be it valley or lake residents. And we have good cause for asking for what we're asking. We need funding. It is not currently funded at a sustainable level, and we need to stop kicking this can down the road, so to speak. So with that, Madam Chair, I think we're done. Did you have anything else, Courtney, that you wanted to add? We're happy to answer any questions the commission may have, or whatever your pleasure.
Thank you. Since we've been through this before, let's jump straight to public comment, and then we'll end up with any last board comments or questions after that point. But before we go to public comment, is this presentation available on our website or a similar one?
Yes, ma'am. It is available on the website, and we'd encourage residents to go check that out as well. We also have a sign-up sheet in this room. If anyone wants to add their name and email to our list for updates, we would be happy to provide you updates on when we're going to be discussing this in the future and when the county commission will be potentially taking action on this issue.
Thank you. All right, so we will invite anyone to come sign up. And also we invite public comment, and you can sit in either of these chairs and use the microphone and share your name before you give your public comment. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is John Hester. I'm from TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and with me is Shay Navarro, who's our Watershed and Water Quality Program Manager. We have some short comments. I am the Chief Operating Officer at TRPA, and I want to tell you about a job I formerly had because I think it's relevant to some of the comments I want to make. A long time ago in the 1990s, I was Water Resource Director for Washoe County, where we had a utility division with about 12,000 employees. And I want to give you two recommendations, one based on that and one based on TRPA. From the utility division experience we had in Washoe County, we had a lot of small subdivision created districts, if you will, that had water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. And one of the jobs that I had to do, and people who worked before me and after me on that, was to try to consolidate those. So I would recommend, from my experience, and I think others who've done similar things would say, do not create a bunch of small districts that then you'll have to figure out how to consolidate, because there are scale economies, a lot of good organizational reasons to have a countywide system. So from that perspective, I would offer that recommendation to you all. Second comment I want to make is from the TRPA's perspective. As your staff presented, our interest is in clarity and maintaining that threshold of how clear the water is. We have historically tried to manage erosion through the best management practices, or BMPs, as you heard, because a lot of our development here was built before stormwater infrastructure standards and good water quality standards were in place. We have a lot of older development. We don't have as much new development because TRPA, one of the things they've done is limit development. We see stormwater systems as a approach that is suited for area-wide infrastructure that we wouldn't get parcel by parcel, and it allows for you all to do a much better job of maintenance. We have to go around now and try to make sure every single parcel where there's not an area-wide or multi-parcel system maintains their BMPs, and that's very difficult. So we recommend the utility approach, and thank you for the opportunity. We both are here to answer any questions.
Thank you for sharing those points. All right. We appreciate you taking time to come down. Ms. Waller.
John, is it okay if I write your name down?
Sign him up for the silent auction too, because he'd be.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I want to thank, we're talking about water. I want to thank Courtney and her team for the completion of a project in Alpine View Estates, where I live in North County. I'm wondering, and I can contact Courtney offline, but if there'll be any future updates to the drainage plans that were done in 2019, just so we can further implement placement of culverts in my neighborhood. I also want to know why a meeting wasn't held for North County residents. That area is opposite from Topaz Ranch at the other end of the county. We have new housing tracts, Indian Hills, Clear Creek, et cetera, in that area. I come to all the meetings that are relevant to me, so it would be nice in my local community. I do have a process question. A stakeholder group has been mentioned a couple times at a few meetings that I've attended that has been in place for a while. And I was wondering who might be on that stakeholder group, when it was convened, how often did they meet, were any recommendations brought forward, provided to Courtney. Back to the best management practices mentioned by TRPA. and how it's hard to enforce them at the local level. I lived in Tahoe for 19 years, did mine diligently, and even cleaned them out. Once they're done, doesn't mean they're still going to be functional. There's an example of a previous owner of the Lakeside Casino, never completed BMPs, and is possibly one of the reasons why it shuttered its doors. Sometimes they are cost prohibitive. It would be nice to have a list of examples of functioning area-wide BMPs so people understand how those work and where they might be located. Also, is there room for expansion of the State Line Association and the Kingsbury GID for future projects? Those are kinds of things that maybe the county needs to be made aware of with future projects coming online, if those systems can handle additional capacities. Want to thank Megan, who was here for the Kale project that is ongoing. I'm hoping everybody is looking at that. Lastly, how do stormwater projects protect open space? Is there an open space entire map so the public knows or is made aware of how far and wide these projects intend to be placed? Again, I'm concerned up here in Tahoe about BMPs. It used to be a requirement for residential use allocations. And again, back to the full circle of area-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Yes, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Megan Kelly. I work for the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. I just want to say, ever since Courtney has been put in the Stormwater Program Manager role, it's been really great and efficient working with her team, especially once she was able to get a dedicated stormwater crew. That crew enables us, if, there's something that we see before some of these 20-year-old projects, we had to wait till they aged out 20 years to fix something in them if it wasn't working correctly, like we missed something during the design, because funding wouldn't be available for 20 years. And that's just a nature of grant funding. You can't redo something that you already funded until 20 years later. But now having this stormwater crew, we can do things like adaptive management and maintenance on things like the Kale Basin to make them work more efficiently. And so it's been really great. And it's just been kind of like a low cost way to make sure things are working really efficiently. And I also want to say I support in general the idea of a stormwater utility, because in 2008, the Conservation District did a study on we called it a stormwater sisterhood at the time for Lake Tahoe, seeing that the TMDL was coming up and how could Washoe County and Douglas County fund stormwater improvements. And that was a similar time as it is to now, that there was a fear of federal funding not being as readily available. And then my only question is, if anyone can answer, is how will the funds be allocated so that there's funds used both up at the lake and in the valley? Is that just going to be through the stormwater plan that is going to be rewritten every few years? Or can you guys answer that question? I don't know if you can take questions.
Let's finish public comment and then
Okay,
we'll,
that is my only question. So how will the funds be allocated, and what kind of process will be used for that? Because I know that has been concerns from lake residents before, that money generated from the lake is effectively used at the lake. So thanks for letting me speak, and the great presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kelly. Mr. Ainsworth, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here. Dan Ainsworth. I'd really like to commend Jennifer and Courtney and her team for putting together a very, very comprehensive package. 100%, 110% behind it, utility fee funding process wise. I think that's a very fair way to go. I know there'll be a lot of detailed homework downstream here, maybe ag exemptions, which I think is a good thought for the people that are actually collecting the stormwater for us, so to speak. So from that perspective, I'm all ready to support it all the way through the process here. And just to my friend Ellie Waller, I beat you to the punch because I contacted Jennifer a week or 10 days ago and asked her if she would please do a presentation in the West Valley, North Valley area, because it did seem like we were left out a little bit from a Carson Valley standpoint. She graciously said yes. So I think it's going to be at the Genoa Town Board meeting in November. Is that correct, Jennifer? Which is the first Wednesday of the month at 4:30 in the Genoa Town Hall. So if you're in the West Valley general area, you can come hear the Carson Valley presentation for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Ms. Hempler.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think that we've kicked the can for
You wanna
far
state
too
your name,
long
please?
on,
Can you state your name?
can I state my name? Oh, I didn't do that? Mickey Hempler. I knew who I was. We just kicked the can for so long, and I know we've all used that term, all of you up here, as well as a lot of us out there. It's always disappointing to me to see how few Tahoe residents involve themselves in issues that affect the whole county. Disappointing, but not unexpected, as there's so many part-time residents up here. But I would like to say that we don't think of stormwater as an issue up here. I know it is because I've been involved in a lot of things, but for the average citizen, they don't understand. But knowing that we have requirements that must be met, it's really important that we do a utility fee of some sort. And I just think that you as commissioners need to take the courage to do whatever you can without having to go to a vote to work on both the stormwater and the roads. It cannot be left aside any longer. It just can't. So I hope you will all do whatever you can to make the roads better for the people in the valley. Ours up here are pretty good. And for the stormwater for both the valley and the lake. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Is there any other public comment? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Fulgerson. I'm the retired Nevada State Emergency Manager, Homeland Security Chief for 2 different governors, and I retired from East Fork Fire as a Deputy Fire Chief Emergency Management, or Deputy Fire Chief Operations, which also made me a Deputy Emergency Manager for Douglas County. In 100-year flood age, I'm 900 years old. This is the same thing we see all the time. I fully support the plan that your staff has come up with, make a stormwater utility, and think it's the right thing to do. Emergency management, we go through different phases with emergency management. We go through plans. Courtney's got a ton of plans. We got plans from TRPA on how we control the total daily load up here. We have plans on response. We spend a lot of money on these plans. Then we look at going to preparing. We've done a lot of preparation work. We're cleaning culverts. We get the road department to stop doing roads to come help the stormwater move sand ahead of a storm. We do public outreach. Then we respond, and we're pulling those road department employees to come help with that response because we need their heavy equipment and their staff. And that means that they're not working on roads, and we're using road money on this flood issue. Then we go to recovery. Same thing. We're using other departments' money and other department staff time to come help with that issue. The part we're not doing is the mitigation piece. That's maintaining these open spaces. That way water has someplace safe to go. And that's by putting storm control basins in as part of the plan. If you've been paying attention to national issues, President Trump, Secretary Noem, and the FEMA Review Council have all stated publicly that local government must be more heavily invested in emergency management and infrastructure. They want to reduce the size of the federal assistance. They've suspended all the mitigation grants. Normally, the president, when he declares a disaster, also provides mitigation funding. President Trump has not provided any mitigation funding to go along with any of the disasters. So the funding you get only gets you back to broke to the way the conditions were before. So we can't rely upon them. We need to think about how we follow that lead and we do what's right for our community. So that way we don't have another county manager 20 years from now talking about this again. Fully support the plan and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fogerson. Is there any other public comments? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jason Kuchnicki, Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, for the record. I work for the Bureau of Water Quality Planning, and we administer the Lake Tahoe TMDL program. And I just want to commend the county for your participation in that effort. I do agree with what was stated earlier. It took great vision and leadership in the creation of the stormwater program. I find it interesting, there are other stormwater programs and stormwater program managers of the local jurisdictions at the lake, but I don't believe that there's any stormwater utility districts. And at the inception of the TMDL, I'll just say that Douglas County did not have the reputation as being a leader in trying to protect the lake, but you guys have shown that you are. And I think it's great that you're in a position to be potentially the first to adopt a stormwater utility fee at the lake. And, it seems like that's a win-win-win. One, a win for the county because you'll have a dedicated maintenance fund, won't be scrambling to address these issues as they come up. Particularly as we're seeing lately, it seems like they're more frequent occurrences of flooding and stormwater. And then, if you're able to address it, that's a win for the lake, right? We're all in this to try and keep the lake clean. And then it's a win for the property owners as well, because there have been studies that show that property values are tied to the water quality of adjacent water bodies. So the other perspective I wanted to bring to the table was also we have a 319 grant funding program. Our funding is all federal. It requires a one-to-one match. So this stormwater utility fee could be potentially used to match that funding. And then the other aspect of that in our evaluation of projects and the merit of those projects is maintenance, and whether you have identified, maintenance into the future. And so I think that that's a pretty good argument if you have a stormwater utility district in place that you're going to be able to address maintenance as issues arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close this item. I will bring it back to the board. I'm going to start with a comment and a question just to support the statement made by Mr. Fogerson and also by Ms. Davidson. Someone sent me a New York Times headline from today: how FEMA is forcing disaster-struck towns to fend for themselves. President Trump has said he wants to eventually shift the burden of disaster relief and recovery onto states. It's already happening, meaning we can expect less FEMA help, and it seems to be the trend. So just a very current note establishing further evidence that that is true. Then I do think it was a good question asked, how are funds going to be allocated? Are you ready to address that? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. The equitability of a stormwater program is going to be a key policy consideration for the County Commission. Certainly, we will want to look at the proportion of funding that is received from the Lake versus Valley. But I will also tell you A key policy consideration for the county commission is going to be prioritizing the projects in the stormwater master plan. And there are a variety of factors that will help us make sure that our priorities keep equity and fairness in place and looks at proportion of funding. I guess what I'm trying to say is rate making again is a science, and a lot of this will be policy considerations for the county commission, but any utility that's establishing should be considering that. I would also say that all of these policy considerations will be the subject of public meetings. So if the board were to choose to create a stormwater utility, it would be through the adoption of an ordinance which requires 2 readings, 2 opportunities for the public. Additionally, anytime the board were to look at changing the rate for the stormwater utility, it requires a public hearing with public noticing. When the board looks to adopt the budget for the stormwater utility and set the priorities for this program, it requires public hearings. And we will encourage public participation every time. I was asked in a previous stormwater workshop how we will be held accountable for the funding that we spend. There are requirements, there's routine audits of the utility that will need to occur, public reporting that will occur. All of this will be very transparent and very public. So I hope that answers the question. And I do just want to add, in addition to the Genoa meeting that we are adding, which I found out, actually the town of Genoa, who routinely meets on Wednesday, in November, they're actually meeting on the first Monday. So it's November 3rd. Will be that meeting, no worries. And all of these dates and times are online for anyone who wants to attend future meetings. And then additionally, we've added a Pinion Hills meeting as well for the northeast population. So we encourage all members of the public to consider attending. And for those who are in the audience today, tap your neighbor. We'd love to see them and love to see them engaging with us. Thank you.
Commissioners, are there questions or comments? Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I got to say that the public comments that we've received today are very encouraging. And so I did write down notes, and I wanted to echo what staff has indicated. Pinion Hills and Genoa Town Board will both have presentations. And again, in addition to that, another presentation at Powaloo Middle School. So, and all of that information is online. I did want to do a shout out to the champion of the Kale Complete Streets project, Megan Kelly. Thank you so much, bird dogging that for what, 20 years of your life. Very, tenacious, very tenacious, and will have a great impact on hopefully mitigating the lake and clarity. So I thank you for your comments today and for your continued bird dogging of that situation that we broke ground on just a few months ago, right? So, and I also wrote down what Mr. Fogerson said in regards to, it was called the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, BRIC, okay? More commonly known as BRIC. That program was discontinued by the government, federal government, FEMA. I believe it was May of this year, and that was disappointing. And also the federal government has asked for those communities that the BRIC funds were issued to all the way back to 2020. If those projects are not underway or in progress or done, that they want those monies back. So that's disappointing to me and very, in my mind, short-sighted. So that's going to reduce our ability to tackle some of these upfront projects that we had identified in attempts to correct these issues. The one good thing out of that, I guess, that did come is that FEMA is now looking at, rather than reimbursement of damages, is that they're looking at upfront those expenses, their portion of it. So up to 80%, I believe it is, in my review of those records. That's certainly helpful because previously communities that had issues had to, if it was a $4 million project, They had to upfront that $4 million and then hope at some point in time, the federal government reimburse that 75%, okay, that other 3 million. But somewhere they're going to have to come up with that money up front. This will help at least assist in mitigating that issue. Sometimes preventing communities from actually taking care of their problems. But once again, it seems to me like it's much easier to pay the piper now rather than repair and later on. So I'm very disappointed in the elimination of the BRIC program. Once again, very short-sighted in my mind. But thank you for bringing those issues before us. And once again, I appreciate the positive feedback that we're getting and our stormwater division and our staff is getting in regards to the possibility of this stormwater utility district. So thank you.
Anything?
I just have a question. So when we do the rest of these outreach, what is the next step in this process should the board want to pursue with going ahead and creating the district? So what does the next step in the process look like?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Tolbert, for the question. This is Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. So we anticipate concluding these outreach efforts sometime in the first week of November. And then we anticipate bringing forward an item for this board to provide staff with direction, either at the second meeting in November or the first meeting in December. And we will be seeking specific direction to either look to pursue the stormwater utility and bring forward options for the county commission as part of our budgeting process, or direct us to provide direction on one of the other options for funding at that time.
Thank you. That will conclude this agenda item, and typically we need a 5-minute break. Would you like a 5-minute? Yes, we will take no more than 5-minute break. Let's reconvene. I invite you to take your seats so that we can reconvene. We're ready to begin.
I could do it during this.
All right, it's nice that everybody's enjoying conversing, but we do want to get started. And we appreciate those who were here for our last agenda item, and thank you for coming. All right, I will note that we have, in addition to the folks I previously noted, we also have VHR Board Chair Keith Beyer here with us, and we are glad he's come. All right, we now will take up agenda item 14 for possible action discussion to introduce ordinance 2025-1655, an ordinance amending chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code, the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental VHR ordinance, or provide direction to staff to make changes to the proposed ordinance and bring the ordinance back for reintroduction. The current proposed amendments to the VHR ordinance include but are not limited to consolidating renter requirements into a new section and referring to those requirements as a code of conduct, clarifying restrictions on VHRs in residential communities north of Cave Rock State Park, amending insurance requirements, amending regulations regarding waitlists and renewal applications, revising requirements related to local contacts, and amending and reorganizing certain penalties and procedures for violations. Affected properties are those within the Tahoe Basin. This is a first reading. However, we have designed this to be a substantive first reading where we will actually take a presentation and make comments. And we could even vote if we wanted to, or we may give general direction and feedback. I will note that these revisions were initiated by commissioners who were concerned about a couple of things. And when commissioners brought these things forward for revision or clarification, really, of some unintended things that were in the ordinance, staff suggested that we look at a few other things to improve the way the code reads, to improve the user experience with it. I will say my observation is generally most of the proposed changes are not major substantive changes. Most of them are more clarifications or tweaks rather than major changes in the way business is done with VHRs. That's just an observation. The way I would like to handle this agenda item is to have Mr. Strelo present the proposed changes, pausing for just clarifying questions from the board rather than any comments or advocacy during his presentation, just clarifying questions. Then after the presentation, we'll ask for public comment so that we have the benefit of public comment before we deliberate. Then we can go through the items, probably go through the items one by one, noting in particular those items that the VHR Advisory Board and the Planning Commission agreed on, because that's important guidance for us from those two advisory boards. And then at that point, we can deliberate and either take action, give further guidance, or give feedback on those points. With that, we'll turn to Mr. Strelo.
All right. Ernie Strelo for the record. I'm here with Deputy District Attorney A.J. Hames. we're bringing forth some modifications to the code that, as you mentioned, were originally requested earlier this year, May 1st, I believe. And at that time, you requested that we go to the Vacation Home Advisory Board for consultation and their input, and then to the Planning Commission, which is our process, and then to come back. And so we did that. We had 4 meetings with the Vacation Home Advisory Board in June and July, a total of 4 times. So, but they had about 10 hours, 10 hours of deliberation over that time, along with a couple appeals that were peppered in on a couple of those meetings. And then we met with the Planning Commission in September. And then here we are. In the presentation, there was a comment that Commissioner Tolbert brought up about data back in May, and I haven't forgotten. So I know that I have provided a lot of data, and it's actually I like doing it actually. So, but I did modify some of this just to kind of give you a flavor of where the trends are today related to permits, and then to the calls that we're getting currently. So on the screen, you'll see the VHR permit trends from November of 2022 and then today. So they went up in 2023, and then they steadily declined, and there's a lot of reasons for that. You know, there was density changes that were done in the code in 2023 that we had to restrict multi-unit housing to 15%, so that reduced it, which allowed it to come down a little bit. And then, you know, buyers sell houses and whatever reasons they have. So we've kind of bottomed out. We're at 539 as of this morning. So that's a good sweet spot right now, it seems. So we're okay with that. Thought I would, you know, one of our biggest complaints other than permit revocations is noise complaints. So traditionally, at least for the last few years, there's been like a heartbeat. No matter what we do with the code, we get noise complaints in the middle of the summer. No surprise, I guess. This year it was a little different. You'll see on the right side there, the heartbeat was a little bit lower. There's a little arrhythmia in there. You know, it could be a lot of reasons. I credit it to, we had somebody patrolling up there during nights and weekends this last year, as we did previous year. But this year, I think it was a little more effective based on experience of that person. And actually, he was able to mitigate issues before a neighbor had to call a complaint in. So that was nice, and we've been able to kind of, hopefully we could do that more often, so the residents don't have to, you know, be the ones that initiate the complaints on that. So what I was going to do is go through this is kind of the headlines of the changes. I think the colors match. And so I was just going to go through each one. I have a brief description of what the change is. A lot of them are really small with nuanced changes. I think based on the previous meetings that we have, the code of conduct and perhaps the board makeup, we'll do it the last 2. And then and I'll go into that and then hand it back to you if that's okay. And if there's any question.
This is different from what I saw in the packet. Is there a page number in the packet that has what you're going through in this order or not?
It's different.
Ernie, I got 768.
Yeah, so let me read off the packet. So
It was on 755. Let me go to 768. Maybe it's there.
So I have, there's a lot of data here. So the staff report starts on 757. The ordinance with the red lines starts on 771. The cover page starts on 754.
But I think this
And then-
particular green and black chart is 768.
Did it change colors?
It's the same. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first one I'll start with is Glenbrook renting. So the Glenbrook renting was under 20.622.030 subsection B, 4, and B. And this section had shall only rent their VHR to individuals who also own property within the same residential communities. And it was a little bit specific to Glenbrook South, Glenbrook Inn, Glenbrook Multifamily, Prairie Meadow, and so on. So we changed the wording in the code, and the VHR board and the PC both approved that change. So we were working off a letter to mitigate that. So we brought it up in May, and it just corrects that nuance.
Could I
changes
just
the word.
clarify that? It's my understanding that this brings it into compliance with what the HOA does. Right.
Yes. Okay, so the next one is Lincoln Park. It leaves all the rules, so it's under 20.622.020B6C. Leaves all the rules for this area in place, removes expiration info related to January 1st, 2025, and instructions for this time frame as the time was passed and is no longer relevant. And then section 1 through 6 was revised. No, Roman numeral I through 6 was revised and removed. The rest of the code stays the same. We still go through the 3-year process of reissuing, revoking and reissuing as necessary the permits in that area. So we didn't change any of that code, part of the code. The next one is wait lists. We didn't have a definition. We talk about wait lists in the code. We didn't have a definition. So we added a definition under 030.B7 as a definition of what a wait list is. And like I said, it didn't exist before.
Just to clarify, you don't expect that to change the way anything happens. It just is.
It's just a definition.
Kind
Yeah.
of plugs in oversight. Yeah.
Correct. Insurance, there was a proposal to change the liability insurance up to $1 million across the board. That was recommended by insurance companies. There was a lot of pushback on that from the public and as well as the boards that listened to that. So it wasn't approved or wasn't accepted as an option. But the additional interest part, there was a second part of it. The additional interest, it was approved, and what the additional interest does is it allows the insurance company, it makes sure that we're notified if any insurance policy is canceled or changed or modified in any way, because otherwise we have no way to know that except annually when the renewals come up and we get a new copy of the insurance information.
Do you know whether this increases the cost for permit holders?
Do I know what the insurance cost is?
Does it cost money to add an additional insured?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I thought you were asking about the insurance costs. I actually did an audit on it yesterday. I was curious about that. So the next one is property manager requirements. One of the things that we talked about extensively was reducing the requirement to have a property manager for 7 occupancy versus 10 occupancy. That was extensively discussed at the VHR board meeting. And there was no approval for that. There wasn't any kind of movement in that direction. So that stays the same. That wasn't approved. The PC also didn't approve it. The PC, I believe, added information that related to that we can require a property manager if we have a problem property manager that it doesn't have or a problem owner that doesn't have a property manager, we can require them to have a property manager. They have to go out and hire one. But it's not based on the occupancy. It's just based on general. If they can't do it themselves, we'll get somebody to do it. You have to get somebody to do it for you.
Well, you're saying here at the language at the discretion of the director, which is you,
exactly
right? Okay.
Right.
So, and it's basically kind of an advance directive of basically with taking away the permit, right? So
it could be, yeah.
Could be.
It could be.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I skipped that one. Huh? Rental nights. I skipped over that. I apologize. Rental nights, years requirements. So under 20.622.030 F4, in our code currently, owners must demonstrate at time of renewal using records of paid occupancy taxes and lodging that the dwelling unit was rented in the prior year. The code had one night requirement for the year. There was a desire to change it to 8. The VHR board didn't have a problem with that, and the PC didn't seem to have a problem with that. That's up to you guys. It's generally not an issue that we've had an issue where we didn't issue a permit because of unpaid, property taxes or the transient tax, that they weren't doing it enough. But there is one specific neighborhood that in Tahoe that they tell on each other a lot, and they I don't know how to describe it. It's interesting. And so we thought that maybe that might stop some of that, but that's up to you guys. But
Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, so
that way it's really to prohibit people hogging a permit. That's really what it comes down to. And that's what the complaint is people supposedly hog permits. I haven't seen evidence of that, but.
When you say hog permits, you mean they obtain a permit to prevent someone else from obtaining a permit and actually renting the nights.
Rent it one night for the year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gardner.
And so that you answered my second question, and that was, do we have evidence that this is a real problem? Okay. I don't want to, I don't want to create fixes when there's, when there's no problem. Okay. It doesn't make sense to me to chase something that really isn't a problem. So, and the other question I had, of course, and I asked you earlier privately is what was the rationale, or was there any rationale behind the 8 days versus a week or 2 weeks or 14 days? So by your demonstration, it looked like a roll of the dice. Is that right? So I guess that's appropriate.
Bernie's it was arbitrary, probably is the best way to put it.
Or you're making our attorney mad.
Go ahead.
Push the button, Mr. Hames. Okay, share.
That could be a sign that we've heard enough.
It's mine.
I got a broken one.
There you go.
That's all right.
Sure.
I think the idea was that a night is easy. Anyone can rent it out to their brother for a night, but a week is a little more of an investment. And so the 8 days came from, it's slightly more than a week. It's just a little bit more of a burden to put on the person who is allegedly hogging the permit. We're going to require them to rent at least more than 1 week.
And so I can appreciate that, but I can make this recognition also, is that we don't set rates for nightly stays. So an individual could potentially rent it for, say they're renting it for $100 a night and pay TOT tax on that, $14 on that. So, that's the other weakness there. So I'm not going to make a big point out of it. I just, it just seems to be, I agree with the one night, it's a little bit less, but maybe, so that's all I was asking, is what the rationale was. Thank you.
I was just gonna add that when I agree with Commissioner Gardner on the VHR, I should admit it. So I agree with you. Thank you.
Get that in the minutes.
All right, let's keep moving on.
That's the first in 4 years doing this. The next one is the local contact and reporting requirements. So under 20.622.040A2, the local contact person, this would be what it would be revised to if approved. The local contact person must also promptly respond to a complainant regarding any questions posed with the complainant. So This was, we had a lot of discussions on this, and there's pros and cons on this, that you want your neighbors talking to each other. But if there's a situation where a neighbor is calling on another neighbor and requiring that the person that got complained on to have a conversation directly with that person, some people they feel threatened when they report a problem. So that part of it was not something that was acceptable to the boards overall. But what we did want to do is have the posting of the contact person information in a conspicuous place near the entrance to the home, and it usually shows up on the permit in a lot of cases. So it's kind of already happening, but. Okay, I'm going to skip over the code of conduct for a second, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
At the parking placards, currently the owners issue a parking placard that the VHR owners are supposed to put on their dash. Some neighborhoods, sometimes there's confusion with permits. Some neighborhoods already have a permit requirement, so if they're renting to somebody in the neighborhood, they may be required to get two permits, right? One parking permit for the HOA that they require for the visitor to have to park there, and then a VHR permit. So there's sometimes some confusion, and the placards are not properly affixed in the car. It was suggested in one of the first VHR meetings to remove the requirement for parking placards in single-family residences. However, the VHR board, they didn't, how do I put this? They thought it was a good idea, but they wanted to save it for another time and have a more lengthy discussion about it when they had more time. So it was recommended for a future study. So nothing came of that, but it was one of the things they discussed. Violations and compliance. So you'll look in the code, and probably people got scared when they looked at the ordinance and they go, "Oh my God, look at all the red lines in here." Frankly, it's just mostly moving stuff around. We didn't change anything in the sense of deleting. It's just we moved things around and reordered things. So what 20.622.050 does, where the fines are, is we just reordered things because when we changed the code, there's situations where we add things or subtract things, and then 6 months down the road, we go to look at the code to go issue a letter and fine them, and there's a word missing, and we go, shit, how do we do that? How did that happen? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it more sense, and then we take notes of keywords and phrases that we omitted previously and add them in to the code change, so it's more correct, and we don't lose appeals. Right.
So is it accurate to say there's no substantive changes, that this is all formatting changes to make it a better, easier ordinance to use?
You agree?
AJ Hames for the record. So in your packet on page 787, this is the section that we're kind of talking about. That's more or less the bulk of it. There is some added language there at the top of that page. Really, that's just putting into this chapter procedures that they were already following. I mean, the code enforcement folks, in terms of how they give notices and things like that. So is it a substantive change? I guess so, because it wasn't in there before, but it was already kind of like the wait list. It was already procedural. We're just now putting it into code so people know what to expect. And then on the fines, just a little further down on that page, we are, again, it's not technically substantive, but there was a perceived loophole where if you had a VHR, your VHR permit got revoked, then you could just rent out your VHR and not be fined. At least that was what it seemed like code was saying. And so we wanted to be very clear that no, if you've had your permit revoked, you are subject to a fine, and it is in fact a $20,000 fine. So that's just, is it procedural? I don't know, because we were already kind of doing it, but it's just putting into code what we understood the code to mean.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, that That helps. Okay. And then I'm going to skip over this next one, and then I'll just kind of we'll go back to the code of conduct and the advisory board, if that's okay. So it was brought up at our last meeting of the VHR advisory board by the chair of the planning commission, and it was actually oh, it's not in here, but there was an ad that we was suggested to add to the code, and had to do with the renter, to a renter that's 25 or older needs to stay on site, actually stay at the rental. And it actually never came up before because we have so many rules about 25 or olders, and when they sign the contract in the registry for 2 years, that it doesn't specifically say that in the code, that the person that actually signs the contract actually has to stay at the VHR. And so it was suggested that that's missing, and that should be added into the code. And so the VHR board had no problem with that because it came at the last meeting and it went on its way. Interestingly, the PC had a lot of discussion about this because there's circumstances, according to the examples that we're giving, that they may come up with family and the person that signed the contract, and one of the kids may go camping or go to take a drive to Yosemite for the night and not be physically there, so they're violating the agreement. I'm going to speak to this. So I wanted to make you aware of that.
So let's discuss that.
Yeah,
Well, let's just ask questions now and have discussion after public comment.
There's one more caveat. That's where the Glenbrook thing is. That's why I was trying to make sure I explained this correctly. Glenbrook is exempt from that because Glenbrook homeowners rent to Glenbrook homeowners, right? They're not going to be on site because they're renting to somebody in the family. So that's the only caveat.
And
So-
just
Only questions now. We'll thrash it out later.
just to clarify that point too, the item we're talking about is on page 786. And it's 13A on that page. And it doesn't, as written, it doesn't have a Glenbrook exception, so that would have to be added in. Or alternatively, if you felt some other exception should be added, that's where it would go.
So this is a clarification maybe. Glenbrook allows a renter, if a homeowner wants to rent another homeowner's residence, so his family can come in there, why can't you just require them to put who the responsible parties are? They have to be there. I mean, obviously, the guy who's renting, who owns a home in Glenbrook, he's doing it to bring in family, but he's bringing in family that he should be able to identify as the responsible party. So that's not sure I understand why that would be excluded. And with respect to the camping, it seems like if somebody may be leaving to go camping, can't they, you could only have one person as a person of record. You can't put down Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And if Mr. Smith wants to go camping, or Mr. and Mrs. Smith and somebody else, that somebody on record can be responsible for if these violations happen, that they can go to that person and find that person on site. I thought this was the most easiest of all of the ones to be accepted.
That's all right. We'll circle back to that. Let's move on to the Code of Conduct and Advisory Board.
Okay.
Before we get there, though, I did have a question, and it's more, I think it's more about formatting, but on page 773 and page 774, we're under definitions. The A, the B, the C, the D, each of those paragraphs, the numeration there has been stricken, and each of those paragraphs are particular to an individual item. I think we should either have letters or numbers there, but so I was questioning why, was that a mistake or was that done intentionally?
AJ Hames for the record, that was intentional. That was a suggestion that I believe Commissioner Tolbert made back in May. And it's based on a lot of definition sections which are not numbered. For example, the definitions for all of Title 20 are contained in Appendix A to Title 20, and each individual term is not given a number. So that when you add a definition, you don't have to renumber the entire section. So it's stylistic. There are other sections of code that do number the definitions, But at that would be a preference of the board. It really doesn't matter.
You're right. It's not substantial or substantive, I guess. I'm just curious. It didn't seem appropriate to me, and I don't recall the discussion we had previously, but it's not substantive, so.
Okay. Code of conduct?
Okay. Ernie Strelo for the record. Code of conduct. So I think I even have a slide on that. Yes, I do. So we created a code of conduct under 20.622.040. I don't know what page it is. A, B, C. Where did we put that? 792?
82.
782 in the actual item there. So we added a new section to outline the code of conduct. The section is pulled from, most of the information is pulled from other parts of the code already. So a lot of it's already in there. That's why I have color changes in here. The blacks colors, we already talk about that in the code. The red is updated. And then so we talked about the prohibition against disorderly, lewd, or indecent behavior, a statement that renters and guests may not generate odors that neighbors would consider obnoxious, including but not limited to marijuana smoke, and the restrictions on the use of fire pits. So number 4, there was a lot of discussion on number 4 about what odors are and marijuana smoke, because people talk about gummies. They talked about there was actual residents that talked about there's residents that do the same thing. Why can't a renter do it? So there was a lot of discussions in this area. So I'll leave it to you guys. But the chief, Assistant Chief Cranch was at our meeting on the restriction on the fire pits, and so this was added in there for that, partially for that reason. And there were some residents that didn't know about gas fire pits being not allowed during red flag warnings, which I didn't know either. So, but so there was some good information there. Like I said, number 4 was the biggest discussion. That was kind of why I had it highlighted on one of on the main slide. And there was a little bit of discussion about how do we enforce some of this stuff. It's all enforceable, but it's just a discussion about if you want it in there or not. So you have more?
Just background on this. So the proposal initially was to add a clear prohibition against disorderly conduct, something related to marijuana smoke, and then the fire department wanted to add something about fire pits. So without creating this code of conduct section, there are 4 different places in the code where we would have had to insert those rules. So you can see on page 782 to 783, that's where now we just have all of the rules that apply to renters. But you can see on 784, paragraph 6 there, previously, that's where some of the rules were located. And then on 785, where it talks about advertising, it said that certain rules had to be included in the advertising. Further down, the owner had to post certain rules. And so we were repeating ourselves over and over. You have to have parking placards. We would say that 4 different times. So when we thought about adding these new rules for renters, it was either try to harmonize them into one code of conduct section and then just refer to that afterward, or go in 4 different places and talk about each one of them. It just didn't make a lot of sense to continue to separate them out into all those different spaces, which is how we came up with the idea of the code of conduct. So conceptually, it's not new because we've always had renter rules, but what is new is just the organization and the 3 new rules that are on this slide.
Well, and then there's one on the last page. So there's a total of 12 rules, but most of them already exist.
I have a question about, are you ready for questions?
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. So basically, this is more user-friendly, more organized, and better ordinance. But it does add previously, did owners, permit holders have to post rules? And so now we're just calling it code of conduct. It's not really all that different. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there were some slight discrepancies. So an owner would have to he would have to use best efforts to enforce certain rules. Then he would have to post certain rules on his advertising, and then he would have to post other certain rules at the home. And they were pretty close to the same, but there were odd discrepancies between each one. So just to make it easier, there's one set of rules. It's called a code of conduct. You need to provide it to your renters. You need to use best efforts to make sure your renters comply. You need to include it in your advertising, and you need to post it on site.
I appreciate that. It's really more efficient, actually. Okay. Other questions about this code of conduct? Commissioner Gardner.
No, I guess all I was going to say is I appreciate your consolidation, so to speak, of putting things together. I know that Mr. Dallaire is in the process of going through, and he's here today, so he'll appreciate this comment. This will be music to his ears. You know, he's in the process of going through Title 20 right now and trying to consolidate code. And as you skip around, you in your search engine, you put a word in, and it goes, it just goes, it has tentacles, right? It just goes everywhere. Okay. And he's trying to consolidate all that. So this is one that he won't have to do that with, right? So help you out there a little bit, Mr. Dallaire. So yeah, this is a good idea, I think. Yeah.
All right, advisory board. I think we're at advisory board.
We got through that faster than I thought we would. Okay. So
Still have public comment again?
I got you. Yeah, thanks for that. VHR advisory board makeup. So in the back of the code in 060, we currently have a definition of the advisory board, and the way it's defined at the moment is 2 residents of the Lake Tahoe Township that are current permit holders, 2 residents of the Lake Tahoe Township that are not VHR permit holders, and then 1 resident of East Fork Township. I don't think they have to be a permit holder. So what that would change to is the proposal is to eliminate the East Fork Township representative, and all 5 would come from Tahoe, and 2 would have permits and 3 would not have permits, and they must reside in only VHR permitted areas. So the places where VHRs are currently not allowed, the way the boards define that is that they would not be eligible for appointment.
So can I comment on that? Question.
Do you have questions on it? Just
Well,
questions.
I was going to say, you know, and Mr. Tarquini and I both observed this years ago, is that while the judge that reviewed that case indicated it would be nice and suggested we have a member of the East Fork Township, there was no requirement in the settlement of that lawsuit that required us to have one. And we put it in there, but so we're basically saying that that's not necessarily required any longer.
We voted actually the board to have it as it is suggested now, and then we would advise that the judge ordered this, but it wasn't in his order. It might have been in his discussion at the trial.
Okay, we are going to go to public comment, and I would like to invite Mr. Byer to come up because I know he has got some time constraints, and also we want to hear from him. I don't know if you're planning to address the render of record must stay on site issue, but if I would be interested in what you have to say on that point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To speak to that very specifically, our last meeting involved a appeal where 5 underage people admitted to drinking to the police officers. Now, there were other factors in place, but to us, it is imperative that someone over 25 be at the residence. And it was just the simplest, most straightforward way that the person who signs the contract, the person who has that responsibility be in residence. And would be hard to enforce if someone decides to go on a camping trip or go on an overnight thing during a week stay. But it's only going to become aware if there's a problem at the VHR during that period of time. But we do believe the person who signs the contract should be on the premises. They're the ones who read the rules, read the ad. We thought that was incredibly vital. Again, I do see the concern about someone renting for 2 weeks but not being here a night or two. I don't think it will ever arise, because if there's no complaints during that time, we would never know that one person's there. The concept is incredibly valid, and I would not want to walk away from the concept because of the wording. If we wanted to say that multiple people can sign the contract, if we wanted to say there has to be a person of responsibility on record during it, we could change that wording. But I think the wording right now works, and I don't think that the issues raised are so significant that we want to change the concept. There are people who rent units for their children, for credit card reasons, for everything else. And it is incredibly dangerous to have people, this was 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who were in a VHR with alcohol causing noise. So I believe it's a very valid comment. My other comments were about a code of conduct.
I was just going to follow up on that.
Can we, let's,
Do I have?
He's going off to another part of the code of conduct instead of the.
I thought I had 3 minutes, so I was trying to.
Oh, are you?
yeah, this is his public comment.
Yeah, sorry. My other comment about a code of conduct, I'm the president of our HOA. I'm constantly given questions like, I don't understand what to do. Well, if you would read our 400-page CC&Rs, and if you were a trained attorney, you would know. The code of conduct puts it in one place in the code. We should not expect renters to read Douglas County VHR code. It makes it incredibly clear, and I think the items included in there are very vital. I was not even aware that you're not allowed to have gas fire pits during red flag warnings, and I'm a resident. I can imagine someone coming into Tahoe not knowing that. The lewd conduct is difficult to enforce, but it does set something in stone about that. And lastly, on the requirement for the local contact to contact the neighbor who complains, I do understand the difficulty in that. It is a phone call, not a personal interaction. So I don't think there's a physical safety, but you might get insulted. What we heard from really permit holders, but more often management companies, is they wanted the communication to be with them, because we see the ones that work. That's how it works. The neighbors have a problem. They call the local contact. The local contact fixes it, and it's done. When we talk to complainants, to neighbors, what they said is, if I call the county has requirements to tell me what happened. If I call the sheriff comes out, like 30 seconds. The sheriff comes out, I know it's being handled. If I call the local contact, I have no idea what's happened. I just know I just know I complained. And we thought by requiring that communication from a local contact, if the complainant calls the local contact to the county, that it would be courteous for that local contact to call the complaining neighbor and explain what happened and what they've done. Again, it could be an aggressive phone call, but it's a phone call. It's not anything personal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fire for the record.
Oh, yes, Keith Beyer for the record.
I signed, but I didn't speak.
Okay, I know that Mr. Beyer has to go, and so I know, and I interrupted you, Commissioner Tarkanian. Did you?
You started with the questions, so I thought we were going to question and answer with the chair of the.
I
board.
just.
I didn't know it was public comments, so I should have asked.
I just gave him one little prompt. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, okay, other public comment. We welcome you.
Do I sign in? Hi, my name is Mindy Crawford. I've been a resident of Douglas County for 22 years. I have a couple of, I have a VHR two within 50 feet of my house. One's in my backyard, one's in my front yard. I have a couple of complaints, but not just complaints. I've also brought some resolutions, things that I think would make it a little bit more habitable for our community. Basically, there's a problem with our cell phone and internet usage when you allow 18 extra people in single-family homes within 50 feet of my house. I'm asking that we add something like cell phone boosters so that they have their own sort of cell phone way that doesn't affect my cell phones. Business internet takes them off of my regular internet so I can remotely work like I need to. When you have 18 people wake up at 9 in the morning that's surrounding your house and start using the internet and start making cell phone calls, I have none because there's only so much bandwidth. We're in a rural area. I know that I can't get through all of these situations, but I do have something to get for the record. Basically, I'd like to point out how fire dangerous the VHRs have been around our house. When they don't upkeep their homes, then the one in my backyard, the weeds are this tall. They're out there smoking. It only takes that to start a fire. I can't tell you how many times someone's smoking out in the front yard at the one in front of us, just takes their cigarette and tosses it right into the pine needles that are there. So the trash and fire is extremely important there. I'd like to submit this. I think there's things in the code of conduct that we could put in that would make that a much better situation. Also, I noted that many other cities are out protesting VHRs, and there's a reason for that. It changes your community. It changes the fabric of your community. I go and personally shovel out my fire hydrants. Now I've got VHRs. I don't have anybody to help me. Used to the neighbors, it was a neighborhood thing. We're all going to come out and shovel out the fire hydrants. We don't have that anymore. And we don't have any Boy Scouts because the kids have pretty much left the community as well. So also, I started here up in,
You have 30 seconds more.
oh, okay. So I started up in the Tahoe Village area, as at least 10 of my other friends did, as a starter home. When you allow 40% VHRs in our starter home area, we're not getting a lot of starter people into our community. So I think it's significant that we keep the percentages down so that we can have low income and starter homes for people. So can I submit this?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Is there other public comments?
Good afternoon. Ellie Weller. I'm a North County Valley resident. I've attended most of the VHR meetings because Tahoe has just as important issues as the Valley. I'll address the composition of the board first. I believe I agree with the presentation that until such time that there are VHRs in the Valley, I think it's more viable to have those people that live there, that have to experience this, be on that board. We have bed and breakfasts in the Valley. We do have that option as Valley people to come and comment about those issues. Secondly, I agree with everything that Chair Beyer did and said. I think it is very important to address who is renting the place. Again, I rent places for my kids. I stay there. They're in their 40s. And I think there has to be some way that there is responsibility assessed, because sometimes if you've sat through the violations and how they're all assessed, you will figure out that it doesn't always work to call who is supposed to be the on-site response team. If you call Douglas County, you have to wait for the sheriff. So that person that is renting the place needs to be on site, especially if there is a violation. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Dan Ainsworth. First of all, I'll say I think it's great that we're in a position now to basically just tweak the ordinance, refine some topics, and hopefully let it sit for a while and just concentrate on enforcement. I'm guessing Ernie and maybe even AJ would agree with that. I do have a few comments on the draft revisions that are in front of you, and they're the same as what I said in front of the Planning Commission hearing a short time ago. And I'm going to be a little disagreeer to some of the points here that were just expressed. So here I go. Page 782. I think you should delete the sentence about a local contact responding to a complainant. Local contact should respond to an issue, of course, but not necessarily be required to contact the complainant. I'll let you discuss that. Page 783. Delete sentence little iv at the top of the page. That's about the obnoxious aspect of life and odors. To me, that's an unbelievable rabbit hole. And guess what? Smoking weed is legal. So I think you're going to have a really tough time with enforcement on that one. Page 786, paragraph 13A, renters being personally present during each night of the rental. I'm the one that challenged this at the PC meeting, and I used Glenbrook to get the topic started. Makes sense in Glenbrook, of course. It's a special situation there and it should be exempted, but it shouldn't be required at all, in my opinion. What if I wanted to rent a VHR or two for my kids and or friends in Tahoe? I live in Genoa Lakes. Do I have to be there? I don't think that makes sense. Keith Beyer said it right, and I'm going to try to remember what he said. He kind of went back and forth on two things just a moment ago, but he had it right after my comments at the Planning Commission. Have the renter designate a responsible occupant to be in charge, so to speak, 25 years old or more. He spoke after I did at the Planning Commission meeting. On page 791, this is a good one. To be on the advisory board, you have to live in a community that allows VHRs. Not sure about the real logic behind this, but you're implying that only people who live in a VHR community can analyze and solve issues related to VHRs and or come up with regulations for them. If that's the reason, I challenge that in its entirety. I'm going to close by saying that's like saying that people who don't live in a VHR community don't have common sense. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth.
Save the best for last.
Maureen Casey, Chair of the Douglas County Planning Commission. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. During the Planning Commission meeting, I asked Chairman Byers to come forward and address the issue with regards to the renter and the person who signs the contract. AJ had explained that to the VHR board when I brought it up before them, because I noticed a subtle difference between the person who signed the contract and the one who was actually staying in the VHR. And I felt that that was a very important distinction. And for me, it's a bait and switch. It can be a bait and switch. And when Keith spoke to us, he said, quote, "As a VHR owner, it's a matter of trust," end quote. And he did explain that one wants to trust that the person signing the contract is the one who will be actually renting and staying in the VHR. If it's for a family member, there is no issue. That it's not a big deal to pick up the phone, call the owner of the VHR, and discuss the matter, to let them know that I am the one signing the contract, but it's going to be my son, my daughter, my nephew, my mother, whomever, who doesn't have the funds to rent, to rent the VHR. I'm paying for it, and I'll be signing the contract. That establishes the relationship between the VHR owner and the person who's signing the contract. Then there is a comfort level there, and they know the person who is signing the contract is the responsible party to pay for it, but they do know who is going to be staying in that VHR, and the trust is there. There is the legal contract, and that's important. So I think that it's very important to have the language, if the board wants to have, direct AJ to expand the language to include communication between the owner and the person who signs the contract, to establish who is staying in a VHR that is not going to be, I don't know, rented by and stayed in by who signs the contract. Fine, wonderful, give the direction. But I wanted to clarify and expand on what Chairman Byers had said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Is there other public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. I have a suggestion. Could you put the green and black language page up again? I suggest, there's some on this that's pretty easy to get through, right? That are, yeah, that one. Why don't we see if we agree on some of that and then discuss in more details the ones that are more complex? Like, in my opinion, the first three are no-brainers. They were both approved by the VHR Advisory Board and the PC. They're just, they're not gonna, they're just fixing things that should have been fixed and not really substantive changes. So does anyone have any concern about the first three? Okay.
Honestly, I don't have a problem with the insurance thing of just adding an additional insurance, so we can get, in my opinion, we can get rid of that one too.
Okay, the first four we're fine with. I want to, let's talk about the violations and compliance, rearrangement of the language. That's the third to the last. The VHR board and the PC both approved that language. And they explained it's not really, it's not really substantive, but it does put into place things that are being done already that are not necessarily in there. I think that those are pretty easy to, does anyone disagree with those? Okay, so we're good on that one. Then let's go back to the rental nights. The new language is 8 nights per year. What does the board feel on that?
Mark had already made some comments about not changing it. I would go along with Mark's comments. Well, Commissioner Gardner's comments, I'm sorry.
Not changing it from the current or not changing it from 8?
I think Mark's comments was to keep it the same, I thought. Now, Commissioner Gardner's comments was to keep it the same. I thought if I'm wrong, then, you know.
So to keep it at 1 is what you got, Mark.
I mean, I even think that maybe make sure that they're actually running it. And if 1 seems a little bit too low. I thought 8 might be a little bit too high, but I'm open to something like that. I just thought 8 was a little bit high when we talked earlier.
Commissioner Gardner, what do you think?
Well, I think 1 is too low. Okay, 1 is too, it is easy to violate that and tie up a VHR permit. I was just questioning whether or not it should be 8 or 14 or what the rationale was there of that particular number. But you know, so I'm still good. I'm good with the 8. Okay. I was going to suggest that you know, but Mr. Hames has already pointed out, I don't have a whole lot of problems with a lot of this, although I do recognize some of the issues that Mr. Ainsworth brought up. I concur with, and so and if we leave the language in 13A about the renters and the number of nights. But we're going to have to adjust that. It looks like we're going to have to adjust that to add some language anyways. So it looks like this is going to take a second reading anyways. Okay, so I will leave. I'm fine with leaving the 8, but let's talk about the other things.
Commissioner Tolbert, are you good with 8?
Actually, not, I mean, it is what it is, but no, I'm not happy with that. I don't see the point. I mean, if you're gonna say you can't have it Tohaga thing, then we should just say that. Why are we putting some arbitrary number, you know, of 8 to 14 that we can't put our finger on any of it? So just make it exactly what it is. If we, you know, if it's at the discretion of the director that you're not actually using your thing, let it go. I mean, I don't see the point of throwing a number on something. I mean, legislation for the sake of legislation is not my.
So you would
Okay.
prefer language that says, if in the judgment of the director, the person is obtaining a permit with intent not to rent, then he
Right,
can.
let it be complaint driven and respond. I don't know. I don't see why putting some, you know, 14 days, 15 days, you know, if I want to get away with it, I'm going to find a way to get away with it. If it's like, you know, putting a burden on somebody that may or may not ever do it for a specific number, I just don't feel comfortable throwing a number that doesn't have a value.
Mr. Strelo, is it a workable situation to ask you to monitor that? And if you see someone getting a permit and not using it, you could address that effectively?
Ernie Strela, for the record, yes, and that we do that now.
You do
So,
that now?
Yeah, we do look at the TOT information to see if there's any rental tax being taken out, and we just make sure that they're renting. But we, you know, this, to Commissioner Tolbert's point, you know, we haven't had this problem come up in my time here. You know, where there's been, there's rumors, but I haven't seen it in a permit renewal.
So do you look at each permit and see how many nights they rent?
Yes, we look at TOT invoicing.
So if it's very low, that would trigger you to look deeper to see, are they just renting in order to prevent or getting a permit to prevent another permit?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm
So I guess,
happy
Mr.
with,
Hames, my question is, if we don't put a number on it, does that take the teeth out that Mr. Strelo can no longer enforce it?
can you put some language in there that gives him the discretion to address a sham permit situation?
Yeah, I think there's already some provisions that allow, but certainly we could revise that paragraph so that it's more conceptual and less number-based. If that's,
But would arrive at the same result.
we don't currently have a number. It just says that the dwelling unit must be rented. And so rented sort of means 1 day at least, right? So we were just trying to assign it a number, and 8 was, like I said, more than a week. Seemed like a number.
Okay, given that
But-
explanation right there, I don't think I'm uncomfortable. I think I'm uncomfortable not giving a number, because if we just say, make sure it's rented, the defense will be, I rented it for a night. Just says I have to rent it.
I'll go with 8.
I'm happy
I'm
with
not
8.
going to fight it. I'm just saying that I'm
We need that.
not,
I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if we need a number so that we can enforce it, then But I'm just not a fan of just having a number out of the hat, which is virtually what we did. I mean, it makes sense why we went to 8 is one, totally understand and don't disagree. I'm just saying, you know, who says that 8 means I'm using it and 7 means I'm not? That's all.
I liked what you said. That would be 2 to 2, but if you change your mind, then we go with 8. So it's all under your hands. Now, if not, we got to get to West back from the courthouse, one or the other.
Mr. Hames, did you have more thoughts on this?
If it's 1 or 8, either way, we could reword it just to give the directors some ability to enforce it, notwithstanding a specific, I mean, I guess I need to know, is it the preference of the board to say the director is going to enforce this idea, this concept that permits shouldn't be wasted? Or are we good with what is written here, which says at least 8 nights, and if you don't hit 8, then the director can revoke?
I guess I got a question with that word you just used, wasted or sham? Because who determines what wasted is?
Well, yeah.
What if somebody wants a VHR and they said, hey, my family, I want to have a family reunion once a year and they come on out here and I want to have a VHR to do that. Are they wasting it? Or it may be a waste because we might make more money somewhere else, but it certainly isn't a sham.
Correct.
County manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm going to see if I can help. So in 2019, I believe, when I was doing the work with the task force, I had done some sampling of jurisdictions across the nation on this particular topic. It is, based on my research at that time, common for jurisdictions that have caps in place, either general caps or percentage-based caps for neighborhoods, to include a specific day count in the VHR ordinance, that a minimum number of nights that it needs to be rented. What I saw most frequently was either 7 or 14 days. Almost all of them, it was either 7 or 14. And that was based on 2019. So if that helps you get to a number that's acceptable, it is a standard practice for jurisdictions with caps to draw the line at 7 or 14.
Then I'm good. As long as it's not just a number out of the hat and we have something to hang our head on. That's what I'm just saying. Like I said, a number for the sake of having a number doesn't work. But if we're
Okay,
we're
I
good.
think we're settling on going with 8 at this point in time. The next one is local contact reporting requirements. This was not approved, so I don't think that I don't think we're going to override that, unless you disagree with me, if you will. Then approved where to post emergency contact. So that is just the simple language that says post an emergency contact. Yeah, Mr. Strela.
May I? Yeah, Ernie Strela for the record. Yeah, the emergency contact is also noted on the permit. So it's by default, it's posted in a conspicuous place by the door.
So this is, oh, Mr. Hames.
Yeah, I think I think maybe the what's worded on the slide isn't being interpreted correctly. So the point I think of contention was, it's on page 782, and it is in paragraph 2, and it's the underlined sentence there. The local contact person must also promptly respond to a complainant regarding any questions posed by a complainant. That was, I think, where this was approved by the VHR Advisory Board, but the Planning Commission didn't like that requirement. So that's where there was a discrepancy. So it's included in the ordinance because this comes from the Advisory Board, not the Planning Commission. But if you wanted to discuss, I think that was the hang up on the local contact topic.
Thank you. That's helpful. What is your feeling, board, on that? I personally would go with what the Planning Commission did. I don't want to add another requirement. I don't want to make it more complex, right? So that's how I feel.
So you're saying not to force the person to call the complainer themselves back?
I mean, that's kind of, I think we're talking about theories here and not any real evidence. I don't know.
If I may. Ernie Strela for the record. Mr. Byer had valid points when he talked about it based on his position. In practicality, when we enforce it, we do, I do go up to Tahoe and meet directly with people that complain, and I do bring up often to talk, you need to talk to your neighbors, you need to have that conversation. And in most cases, they don't like to talk to their neighbors. They don't want to, the VHR owner won't, or the homeowner won't. They don't want to talk to each other. And that's just a fact. That's what actually happens. It's commendable. And when it was brought up and talked about, it made sense. But in practice, I haven't seen it work real well. And that's why I have to meet with the complainants to, talk to them and understand what the situation is, and sometimes be a bridge on that conversation. So, that's why that's why we have these hotlines to call in a complaint.
So I want to weigh in. Yeah, it reads, the local contact person must also promptly respond to a complainant regarding any questions posed by the complainant. A lot of times, I would say that even though we have the reason we have an anonymous waste, fraud, and abuse hotline is because people don't want to be recognized for issuing that complaint, right? And the same thing holds true here, is that a person, if they think that they're going to be identified, won't necessarily make that complaint. And yet, and at the same point in time, we don't want the complainant and the individual responsible for the suspected complaint to get into an altercation. And so that would concern me, is having, I just don't think it's reasonable to put that in code.
I'm going all the way back to my beginning where you're adding legislation onto somebody else again. It's just, I mean, why would you want to force two debating parties to respond?
I appreciate the theory, but it looks like we're leaning towards the Planning Commission's version of not moving forward with this. We're going to skip code of conduct. We're all agreed that parking placards can stay as they are, speak now or forever? Okay. We already did violate.
Can we address future study? I mean,
Would you like to speak to that?
I mean, yeah, I mean, aren't we moving towards a doctrine that we're not going to need future study on? So I'd like to say this could just go away.
I agree with you completely.
Okay.
Like maybe in 2 years or something, or 3 years, if we want to make tweaks, yes, we'll look at it then, but it's fine.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, good. We already okayed the violations and compliance changes. Let's take on then the advisory board member requirements. Or is everyone okay with the changes that are agreed to by the advisory board and PC? I'm getting head nods, affirmative. So we're good on that. Let's do responsible renter and then code of conduct. And I think we're done.
So let me get onto the responsible renter for a second. First of all, there should be somebody that has to be on site that's responsible for what's happening there. And the person who signs the contract should be the one. And if not, then maybe he can designate somebody. But I want to talk about the Glenbrook thing more so, because that's the exact reason why you should have it in Glenbrook more than any place else. Because Glenbrook's Homeowners Association bans VHRs unless a homeowner in the HOA wants to rent a VHR, a home as a VHR for somebody. Well, I think that person who is requesting to rent a home in the HOA should be required to be there when the home's being rented. Why else is he renting the home if he's not going to be there? There has been talk by a lot of people in the HOA that there are these shams rentals, that somebody is saying, somebody in the HOA saying, hey, I want to rent it, but they're actually getting paid to be the person to request the rental so that somebody else can rent the home. I don't know if you're ever going to stop that or prove that, but one way to minimize it would be to require the person who is making the rental to be there when the rental takes place. I think Glenbrook's even more important than the other VHRs. And I'll tell you what, I love you over there. I love your comments. I love you shaking your head agreeing with me. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
Well, as long as, so is that where we're going? Is the minimum age and the renter must be personally, is that where we are?
That's the one we're considering.
Okay. I mentioned this earlier this week with staff and in visiting with Mr. Strelo. It says renters must be, first of all, the wording is really bad, in my opinion. Renters must be personally present during each night that the VHR is occupied. But just because the renter is there and stays overnight doesn't mean that that's the only time a complaint is going to occur. Okay, it could happen during the day. And so when I look at this code, I'm always looking for, just because they, maybe they come in, maybe they've been out into one of the casinos and they don't get back to the VHR until 2 o'clock in the morning. That issue could have happened earlier in the evening. What about emergencies? If the individual has to leave the premises and attend to other business, then, so I'm just really, really uncomfortable with this because I just don't see how it can possibly be enforced. I understand what Mr. Beyer said in that regard, and I appreciate that, but those are few and far between. If we're going to say this, then maybe I would suggest rewording it to say at least one member of the renting party over the age of 25 must be personally present. That would allow for other individuals that haven't necessarily signed the contract but are over the age of 25. But just because you're over 25, does that mean you're responsible? I mean, a responsible renter, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I know that I did stupid things when I was 26, 27, 28, okay? And I know my children have also. I suspect they have. So I don't want to incriminate them, so. But, so I don't see where this is necessary. I don't think it's been a huge problem. And I think we're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist. And I'm not sure I'm not convinced that it does or that it's enforceable. So I'm sort of I'm a no on this particular item.
Commissioner Tolbert.
Yeah, this kind of goes back to the my earlier one about the number of nights. If what we want to do is have somebody in responsible control, then they need to be in responsible control, not be on site. This tells me that if I rent this VHR, I have to stay in the VHR. I can't go to the lake. I can't go to the casino. I can't go to anything. I have to be on site. That's literally what it says. So I don't agree with the verbiage. I think you're right. I understand if our intent is for somebody to be responsible for that unit to be available, then we need to phrase it exactly what we're trying to get, not say that you have to be there. You have to be under responsible control of it, because if the entire family goes on a boat trip and there's nobody in the VHR, then are you still responsible control for the VHR? Yes, because it's locked up and you left. So the wording of it is, I mean, words matter. And so that's where I get hung up with this. I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with that. But I feel like there's got to be a better way to phrase this to get somebody, the intent is that somebody is there, whoever's renting it is responsible, is available should something happen, not necessarily be in the residence at the time. So that's really my hiccup there.
I concur with Commissioner Tolbert and Commissioner Gardner. I think that Mr. Ainsworth language was on the right track. Have the renter designate a responsible person to be in charge who is over 25 or older or whatever. To me, 25 is, you know, their brains are formed mostly by the time they're 25. They have to be 25 to rent a car. I mean, that sort of makes sense to me. So does that give you enough to go on that point?
Ernie Strela for the record. Yeah, I mean, the code also requires the homeowner, who's ultimately responsible for the property anyways, to keep a registry of 25 and older renters that rent on any specific weekend. And they have to supply it upon demand. So that's in the code right now.
So that would address the situation Mr. Byer talked about where the bunch of 20-year-olds were drinking.
Yeah, what Mr. Byer was referring to was a person that was, how do I say this? The renter texted that he was 25 or older, and the homeowner believed him. That's what ultimately happened. And so there was no adult in the house for that rental weekend. And the sheriff showed up. It's a whole bunch of stuff happened, and they don't have a permit anymore. So, you know, we dealt with that, but, you know, to Commissioner Tolbert's point, there is a registry that they're supposed to have, that they're supposed to maintain. And in this specific instance, they didn't on the appeal that I just mentioned. They didn't have anybody. They were 20 or 19.
Mr. Ames.
So just to clarify, I gather that the majority want that provision removed entirely.
I think that Commissioner Tolbert and I would be okay with, if you feel that it's necessary and not already included, that there be a requirement that there be a designated, a responsible person, not to be on site at all times or anything, but there's a responsible person 25 or older. If that's already in there, it's already in there.
What's in the code currently is that you have to be over 25 to rent, and that the owner must maintain a registry of all renters. So if there's a problem, then we can go to the owner and say, who was renting that? That person was parking cars everywhere. They were very loud. We want to find that renter. The owner would be able to provide a registry and a copy of a driver's license. But we don't have anything in code specifically that requires the renter to be there each night that it's rented, or anybody for that matter. So what you could do now is, if I lived in Glenbrook, for example, or really anywhere in Tahoe, I could rent a house because I'm over 25, and I could let my friends or family or whoever stay there so that they could stay at Tahoe while I'm at Tahoe. But as Mr. Byer pointed out, none of those people would necessarily then have received any of the renter rules. So the idea was, sorry, you know, AJ, we're not going to let you rent houses unless you're going to stay in there, because we want a renter in there who's actually read the rules. So it's just a balancing of those two considerations. Do you want people to be able, who live at Tahoe, or anybody, to rent a house for their friends and family? Or do you want to make sure that the actual person inside the house is the one who rented it, who's read the rules? Those are the competing.
I believe
policies.
Commissioner Tolbert and I are on your left hand.
Okay.
The first option.
Which is to, sorry, I lost track of my hands.
Require that there be a responsible person who knows they're in charge, that is in charge, that is 25 or older, who knows that they're in charge of the rules. And they don't have to be on site all the time, but it prevents the home from being abandoned to hooligans who have underage and haven't read the rules. Sounds to me like there might be a little gap in that area that we could plug.
So
Not requiring the renter, but requiring a responsible person. Is that right?
A
with the way he explained it, I'm a little more leaning to the other hand in that you're right, there'd be not somebody on, I agree it should be rented to the person that is habitating the rental. I think that is true, but I don't think it should be phrased in such that they are the person saying on site, right? So because that says I have to be in the home. I agree to that point, that there's somehow in this, there's got to be phrasing in there that puts that together, because to the Glenbrook thing, if I'm bringing my family in the house and it's Thanksgiving, I'm going to have Thanksgiving at my house. I'm not going to put it in the VHR. So you're saying I have to go have my celebration in the VHR. So that's where I'm
But the
saying
guy
I have
who's-
it in mind. And at that point, the VHR would be empty because everybody would be in my home. They're sleeping in the other home.
No, but the
So-
person who
so-
rented it is going to be there because they're having Thanksgiving at his home.
Okay.
Be in the
Right.
neighborhood, but not at the rental.
Right.
I didn't say the rental. The person renting it should be home in his home or the neighborhood or wherever, so they don't have these shams where they rent it out to somebody they don't know just so they can get, the property manager can get a rental and the homeowner can rent it to somebody, then the guy who's doing it is going to kick back.
I agree. I see. I'm with you now on that. So yes, they need to be in responsible control. I don't know what other word to use for that, but they need to be there to be responsible. They don't have to be in the house, but they need to be right adjacent, in the vicinity. What I mean,
Okay, Commissioner
whatever
Gardner wants to
word-
speak.
whatever word that is. They're
But
gonna
once
be-
again, we're chasing a
Sure.
problem that doesn't exist. Okay, that doesn't exist. And my concerns is that we're trying to provide our legal counsel and our program manager here with some ideas and concepts. And so how many times are we going to have this come before us? Because if he creates something and brings it back to us and we still don't like the verbiage, we're going to have to change it again. And this is going to delay this into 26 or
You know,
maybe even
be-
27.
Because you say the problem doesn't exist, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And you know, you cut off.
It exists.
Ernie, do they think that in the homeowners association? I'll tell you, I'll get you the names of the people that have told me about it. And you know what? It's just like, and this, I love this because we got this really conservative Republican community right here that many of you guys believe that there's voter fraud that takes place. And then the Democrat answer is, well, there's no problem there. We haven't proved it. You haven't shown any of it because you don't go.
Wait, stay
Exactly,
on topic
because you-
here.
This is on topic. It's called an analogy. And the analogy is if you don't investigate it and you don't look into it, you're not going to find the problem. But there are people who live in Glenbrook, and I'm talking about the homeowners association, not outside, who believe that it's being abused because the homeowners who are renting it aren't renting it to people that they know. They're renting it to people that the property managers ask them to do so they can get a kickback. Now, Mark, you may not
Okay.
believe it's there.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know,
I'm going to ask Mr. Strelo, have you had any complaints to this effect?
I'm trying to follow,
To the effect of a 25-year-old person under 25.
I'm sorry, that's not the question. We're talking about Glenbrook now, aren't we? We were talking about the 25-year-old. Which one did you ask? Well, listen, we were talking about the Glenbrook.
No, we're talking about the 25-year-old.
Yeah, it's kind of all together because it exempts, yeah. But he did, but the director did mention that it was rented by somebody else and not who, so there wasn't anybody necessarily in responsible control. So that did happen. And I keep using that. I still don't have another word for it. So I'm not trying to
Well,
push my phrasing.
Except that Ernie's told us Dr. Strelos told us there's a bunch of other considerations in that case anyway. And so the question is this a common problem? Is this a problem? Is this a solution in search of a problem or the other way around?
I'll answer the specific question. I don't recall a situation coming up where somebody's renting that's 25 or older and not on the property and there's other people there. But then, I may not have gotten a complaint on those type of properties. As I mentioned earlier, the issue that Mr. Byer talked to was you know, we were able to search the registry and there was no 25 or older registry for that property. So he got one of many fines based on those problems. So how we currently handle it, and it's the only situation that I can remember that we had this specific problem, is that the renter, the homeowner, the property manager is required to keep a registry of 25-year-old or older of those that are renting. And I think the term is responsible in the code, that is renting the property. We don't track if they leave, if they go away, go on a boat trip. I don't know how to track that. I guess we could, but it's not current practice that we track that kind of movement.
So what I suggested, do you want to change your position, Mr. Tolbert? We had a whole Glenbrook sidetrack that confused everybody, and yeah.
I guess, can you restate where we're at and then I will say.
Okay,
yes or
so,
no?
so what I thought we were ending up at is we have the renter designate a responsible person that's in charge, who's 25 plus, who will have to be familiar with the rules if they're not going to be there, if the renter is not going to be there. I feel like that's a middle of the road, common sense solution. You're okay with that? Can you live with that, Commissioner Gardner? You're a no on it, Commissioner Tolbert? I mean, Tarkanian? Could you live with that?
Making that entire strike.
Okay, there you go.
Can
Yeah,
I ask a clarifying question?
yeah.
Madam Chair, AJ Hames for the record. So currently the owner is required to keep a registry of renters, not guests. Not every single person, just whoever they rent to, that person, they get their license, they confirm they're over the age of 25, and they maintain a registry for 2 years. We can revise this language so that the renter or a designated person who is also over the age of 25, who's familiar with the rules, be present. But there is no mechanism to confirm who that designee is in code. So code enforcement can ask the owner for a registry of the renters, but they're not necessarily going to also have separately a registry of responsible parties, unless you were to also require that of the owner, that they would have to maintain that record.
So we would be enacting another list, another requirement.
Well, you wouldn't have to, but
Okay.
I'm just telling you that if the renter has to designate a person, to whom are they designating? Because they're not designating
Oh,
it
I
to the
see.
county. And if they are designating it to the owner doesn't have to do anything with that. He's not required to keep a list or even write the name down. It's just a little, it's easy for code enforcement to say who was your renter, but unless we require that as well, they're not going to be able to say who was your designee,
Oh,
your
well-
designated responsible party.
Well, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I feel like we kind of ended up in a sort of a majority direction. And we trust you in your skill and wisdom to figure out what works best with that thought.
So can I put this in like a public safety situation? Somebody has rented it for family. We have an evacuation happens. We contact the owner contacts the person who's not there. How are we going to make sure that those 12 people that are in this house are going to get evacuated? That's, I guess, where I'm headed with this responsible party issue. How do we make sure, how do we know that we're actually getting, able to contact whoever needs to be contacted? And that's just one scenario. I mean, there could be a million, but I guess that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know if that helps.
Are we debating whether we should have a responsible person identified who would be responsible for what's happening at the home? Is that what we're debating?
Well, we
is
used
that
the word
crazy?
designate, but now you use the word identify, which might be a better word, but we're leaving that to Mr. Hames
But
and
isn't
Dr.
that,
Strait.
isn't that, you guys don't think that's crazy that we're sitting here as a board that's going to say, we don't have a 25-year-old designated to be responsible for a rental of a piece of property of a home in a residential neighborhood that they don't live in. We shouldn't even have anybody designated? Is that how it works now?
I didn't follow your question.
Well, I'm trying to figure out all, where, so I've been talking about Glenbrook. You guys are talking about this whole thing here. And it's stunning to me, if I'm hearing this right, we do not require, county code does not require a 25-year-old to be designated as a person responsible who rents this home. It's like if you rent a car.
We do.
Okay, but they don't have to be there, is what you're saying.
There's nothing in there that says they have to be.
Well, they don't have to be there 24/7, but they should be responsible and they should be staying there. I mean, shoot, if they go out for wherever they go out for wherever, but hell, if you rent a car, you got to be 25 or older and be responsible for it. And if somebody uses it, you're responsible for it.
We've already discussed those scenarios, that there are legitimate scenarios that would result in that situation. We want to give the renters the flexibility to identify a responsible person so that they don't have to be there every single night of, say, a 14-day stay. That's what we've arrived at. I think that's where the majority is.
Yeah,
Right, and I think that rolled over with the Glenbrook thing, saying that the owner needed to be there, right? I think those two things were tandem, but. Go ahead.
So
Mr. Hames.
just so to make sure I understand, basically you want the owner to ask the renter, are you going to be there? And if the renter says, no, I'm actually just renting it for my uncle, then the owner is supposed to say, well, then, I need the information from your uncle.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
And vice versa,
Yeah.
it could be, and I'm going to weigh in on this.
But we're going to keep it short because
is that-
we're all very tired.
Yes, but they could also say, no, I'm renting it for my 19-year-old son. Well, no, that's not acceptable, right?
That's right.
It
That's
could
right.
happen the other direction, not just I'm renting it for my uncle, I'm renting it for my nephew who happens to be 23. No, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable.
Have to mean 25. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. We're moving on. Well, if it's already there, then massage it a little bit to do that next little bit that we think should be there. And if you can work it in that way, that's great. The fewer changes, the simpler, the better. Then the last thing we have not talked about is code of conduct. I want to start with the idea. Are we all okay consolidating these rules in the code of conduct as was explained by Mr. Hames? Yes, we are all okay with that. Then are we all okay with everything except the odors? Is everyone okay with the lewd, obnoxious, disorderly, lewd, or indecent behavior?
But I'd like to confirm that that's already county ordinance, right? No?
This is where this came up. This guy decides he's gonna go piss off the balcony, and our county manager said that's not against the VHR code. It's only the sheriff would have to arrest him. Well, the sheriff's not gonna get a guy to get out there and arrest him for open. So we decided to add this into the code would be a violation of the ordinance to do that.
Dr. Strelo, does this help you implement what you think we want implemented if we put this language in there?
Ernie Strela for the record, absolutely, sure.
Does anyone disagree with including disorderly, lewd, or indecent? All right.
I don't disagree with it. Once again, I'm asking about enforceability of it, okay? Obviously, if you're gonna claim disorderly, lewd, or indecent behavior, there's gonna have to be more than he said, she said.
How about a video of it, of them
No,
watching it happen?
that's what I'm trying to allude to, Mr. Tarkanian. I'm not disagreeing with you. But it can't be me saying, oh, I saw this. Okay, you need video. Okay.
Any violations, they have to have proof of it.
So-
I mean, the noise violations.
Dr. Strelo already told us it helps him implement what we want implemented, so we're good leaving it in there. Then we're down to one question. Do we include odors in the code of conduct?
May I ask a question to our county manager, our assistant district attorney? Can you go smoke marijuana outside a hotel? Like at their state line, can they, I understand you can smoke it on your property. We talked about that already. But can you, if you're like renting a room in a hotel, can you go down in the front of the hotel and smoke marijuana?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Well, there's this distinction between just a hotel and somebody that has a gaming license. Without looking, I think there's a restriction on gaming. AJ, do you happen to know?
As far as I know too, marijuana consumption is legal, but public consumption was not legal.
Yeah.
That's the point I was making. You can't go on the street and smoke it outside a casino or a hotel, I would think, right? Because that's public.
Yeah, unless there was I haven't been a prosecutor for 3 years now, so I
Yeah.
could be,
I know they change everything so
but
fast. You
they-
never.
as of 3 years ago, the rule was you can smoke marijuana in your house. You can, if you're in a private place, go for it. But if you're in a public park, for example, no, it's.
So I guess that's where I go. And you guys, again, I've been the minority of the board. I think they're just going to call me that from now on, Commissioner Minority. But I don't think that, I think if you're renting a home, you don't live there, you're more of a tourist, you're a transient person. That's not really your home. You're renting a home and you shouldn't smoke marijuana outside that home, meaning the front yard, the backyard, where your neighbors are seeing it, because you don't have to, that person who's smoking it doesn't have to address that neighbor except for that short period of time. They don't have to be neighbors with that person because they're going to leave and not come back, and all they do is affect the neighbor. So that's why I think at least you should have marijuana. I don't know how you generate odors. I mean, that's a pretty general. I'll tell you what, you should have, I'm not going to say that, my wife will kill me, but never mind.
Well, can I suggest, I like what Commissioner Tolbert, his general approach is, let's just say what we mean. I think what we mean is we don't want people smoking in a way that gets in their neighbors' windows. Am I right? That's what we don't want. I mean, we don't care if they cook kimchi and it stinks. We don't care about that. And who would even know? Is that a bad odor or not? Maybe it's a great odor or whatever, curry or whatever thing. Broccoli, I don't know. We don't care about that. What we care about is we don't want cigarette or marijuana or cigar smoke going in the neighbors' windows. And in Tahoe, where there's no air conditioning and it's hot, you want to keep your windows open at night. This is a conceivable problem. I personally would delete not generate odors and just say renters and guests may not smoke marijuana or other where it will impact the neighbors. Is that a thing that could be doable?
Are we not, okay, you shake your head, yes, it's doable. You know, we are not the owners of these properties. And I am, I do not like smoke odors. I don't like marijuana smoke odors. I did attend the Billy Strings concert, the very first sold-out concert at the Tahoe Event Center, 5,000 people. And I was up in the LTVA booth. And trust me, there were people there smoking marijuana. I can attest to that, okay? Did I like it? No, I didn't, okay? Did I like the music? Yes, I did. So I tolerated it. But are we telling an owner of a property that, you know, and I know that there are, I know, for instance, Ms. Romaine, who sits on this VHR board, she has a VHR and she doesn't allow smoking in her unit. However, she allows smoking outside of her unit, and she asks her guests to do that. Do we have the ability to tell an owner who doesn't have a problem with people smoking in their VHR that they can't allow smoking in their VHR? Do we have that? Do we have that authority, Mr. Hames?
That's not what I want to have happen. If they want to allow smoking inside, that's fine. We
But
just
those
don't wanna-
odors can permeate over to another property, okay? If they're out on the balcony or at Mrs. Romaine's house, and they can permeate over, those odors can permeate over to the next apartment because she doesn't have an individual house that I think she lives in a multi-family complex.
Change of what she
So-
said. Her statement of what she said was that would something to adversely affect the neighbor. So, you know, it could permeate out, but if it's not, and there's going to be a reasonable standard, personally affect the neighbor, that's different. And I mean, I wish Mr. Haynes would have spoke up on that, but of course we can pass regulations to protect the peaceful and quiet enjoyment of a neighborhood from a renter. And that's what this is. I thought what you said, Chairwoman Hales, was perfect, and I'm all for that.
Commissioner Tolbert.
So trying to keep this straight in the lane, basically what we're doing is we're taking a residential unit and allowing it to be commercial, right? Basically, because we're allowing it to short-term rental, which is hotel use, which is I think what you said before. So it should be consistent with the hotel use. If it's not allowed in a public space, aren't they creating the exterior of this VHR as basically a public space since it's now a hotel room? So I don't see why we can't say there's no exterior smoking, but because that could be an adverse.
Well,
but I love cigar smoke personally, so.
But
I don't like hearing you say that, but I agree that is a potential. So
in my version, it's not no exterior smoking. If you're on a very big lot and your smoke's not going to carry to the neighbor, that doesn't violate. If you're smoking in a way that can impact the neighbor, that can be a problem.
But now you're splitting hairs and making it hard to enforce. I almost feel like.
Look, can you enforce that?
AJ Hames, the record, laws like that are usually enforced at a reasonable person standard. So, you know, if you're standing right outside someone else's window smoking, that's probably unreasonable, right? That would be, we could enforce. If you're standing in the middle of an acre, that would probably be reasonable. We would not try to enforce. And then between, anything in between, you know, you kind of got to use judgment, but it's a reasonable person standard.
How's that working with the noise?
Pretty well.
Actually, really well. Did you see the complaints? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If that's working with noise, the reasonable standard, then it seems to me if we want to prohibit the smoking that's going to affect the neighbors, then run it the same.
I think we're done. Are we done? Okay. I want to say a couple things super, super quick. We're delving into tweaks, and it may seem like we're unhappy. We are not unhappy. We are very happy. I am very happy with how things are going with VHRs. The fact that noise complaints went from 14 last year to 6 this year, the fact that we are leveling off in our numbers, that I just think this ordinance is working really well. I am sorry that we needed to do any changes, but I do think these are improvements. And since we did have to make some changes, it's good to make some improvements. And so I'm very pleased.
I ask a
Yes, sir.
So one of the biggest issues that we've had was ability to enforce the regulations that are there. Are we doing anything to change? I think we talked about having somebody on site up and at the lake during the summer hours. Can you at least address what you've been doing to try to enforce it? Because to me, that's the biggest issue, is the enforcement of these regulations.
Excuse me. Ernie Strelo for the record. Excuse me. We do have an office up in Elks Point at the Fire Administration Building. We have a person that works up there during the week and nights and weekends during the summer, and you know, between Memorial and Labor Day weekend, that's when usually our issues are.
You just started this, all right? Recently?
I'm sorry?
This is a recent thing, right? That in the last year or not?
This has been a 2-year program so far. And then we have, and he does nights and weekends also during the Christmas season because we get the snow vacations and we get problems up at Heavenly. So we decided to continue that every year. But it's been, I think, and from the reports that Michael has given us, it's been enormously successful, you know, him being up there, and he's squishing the bug before it gets to the sheriff level or the neighbors get interrupted. So we wish it was zero. I don't know if we're ever going to get there, but we're certainly trending in the right direction.
The last point I wanted to make is I hope that you will work very hard to make these changes as clean and simple for permit owners as possible. And I trust that you will do that. Anything else, commissioners? Okay.
I
Oh.
also want to recognize that, yes, we're making tweaks, which is a lot better than we've experienced. Certainly, Commissioner Tarquini and I have fought through this issue for 5 years now, right? 4 years, 4 or 5 years. So anyways, and we appreciate the job you're doing. And I think once again, our code is a model for other counties, which is commendable. So thank you for the job you're doing.
We have a question from the clerk or a
Yes,
point.
Thank you, Senior Deputy Clerk Michelle Pablo, for the record. I just need a point of clarification. Is this still going to be an intro or does this need to come back? It does. Okay, so thank you. I needed that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Strelo and Mr. Hames. And many thanks to the VHR Board and the Planning Commission for their diligent work. We have one more agenda item, 15.2 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Tolbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a whole lot to report other than just the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting we had yesterday. Douglas County hosted it. I believe that went really well. They toured the Jacks Valley Ranch and then also toured VIP Rubber and got to see some of the water conservation tactics that they're using in their process there. So that was good. And then, but we got the news that Ed James is going to retire. So they're going to be putting out soon for a new general director. Is that, I think, the term? So that's going to be very hard to replace. But it's got to be done, and good for Ed. So.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
On the boards, but certainly had a good time at all these wonderful events that they've had in Douglas County the last few weeks. And then this upcoming is a Heritage Day, right? In Genoa. What do we have in Genoa this weekend? The Harvest Festival. All right, that goes along, and just one thing after another in this wonderful community. So we look forward to having that.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our Visitors Authority, Carson Valley Visitors Authority, which I'm assigned to, was last Friday. And if you look in your baskets, I provided a copy of all those supporting documents of the Visitors Authority in Carson Valley. So I entertain you to go ahead and take a look at those. It talks about all the financials, certainly, of where the money is coming from and where it's going. So anyways, I'll continue to provide those on a monthly basis. I did attend a stormwater workshop that we had last Monday in TRE, Topaz Ranch Estates, and I thank staff for coming down and doing that. I think it was very beneficial. And I didn't really hear any negative comments that evening either on this, so that was encouraging. As a result of what happened on September 25th and the damage that was done to the Ruinstroth community, I'll be visiting with staff and affected residents. We'll be taking a tour of that tomorrow, starting at about 1 o'clock, and visit with affected residents in that regards. We had our chamber luncheon yesterday, and once again, we went through the stormwater workshop again. So I'm getting to the point where I can almost make that presentation. Not really. Don't count on me to do that. Okay. But anyways, that was tongue in cheek. I Our Visitors Authority came, our Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority was here earlier. And I know I've announced this before, but I will remind us. We're pleased to announce that we have been awarded the Nevada Association of Counties Annual Conference that'll take place at the Kahului Event Center, September 22nd through the 24th, 2026. So we're looking forward to that. And Saturday morning, my wife and I will be celebrating our 36th wedding anniversary and boarding a ship for a cruise of the Mexican Riviera. So we'll be gone next week. So hopefully warmer weather.
I will just add mine to the list next month because we're tired. And we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Oh, no, you got closing public comment.
Oops. Thank you. As I said, I'm tired. All right. We are at closing public comment. Ellie.
There we go. Ellie Waller, the Record Courier today said stormwater management is at 2 p.m. at State Line. There's another session, 5:30 Tuesday at Pinion Hills Elementary. They moved the date of Pawalu Middle School to 5:30 November 3rd. I just want to make sure we get clarification when the North County meeting will be. Thank you.
Dan Ainsworth, I have a quick one too. A clarification on how the ordinance, the VHR ordinance is going to come back. Is it going to come back with the changes that you as a board just decided on or not? And so that it makes it clear and clean, so to speak. Not a
Yes.
clean CR, but
Yes,
clear
it
and
would
clean.
come back as a first reading again with the things that we've discussed.
And do you plan on having any public comment at that stage of the game?
So it'll be presentation only the next time and then.
Yes, yes. Does that make sense?
Of course, because that's what you're going to do.
Yep.
So thank you very much for the clarification. I think that's good for the public to know that.
You're right. Thank you. So we'll have first reading again with no public comment, second reading with full discussion, public comment and vote. Any other public comment? All right, now the meeting's adjourned.